Chapter 57. Facing the tyrannical dual-blade demon, Long Houchen used one of his strongest offensive skills, combat-killing revolving sword. After his cultivation rose to the 5th order, Long Houchen's understanding of combat-killing revolving sword had also undergone a qualitative change. Especially after learning how to block consecutively, he had a deeper understanding of leveraging the opponent's force to counterattack. At this moment, his entire body was like a resplendent golden whirlpool, borrowing the power of the dual-blade demon's attack. His body spun so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. That large expanse of golden fog was emitted because the speed at which blue rain and hibiscus of light were used was too fast. The ear-piercing sound of friction rang out continuously. Although the dual-blade demon lord was extremely powerful, its body could not compare to the 2 swords in Long Houchen's hands. Its 2 thick forelimbs constantly waved to block, but Long Houchen's swords had already left many marks. Seeing this scene, Xing Lingxin was somewhat sluggish. Combat-killing revolving sword. It was actually combat-killing revolving sword. Perhaps the majority of people did not recognize this skill, but how could he not recognize it? His memory seemed to have returned to 20 years ago. Brother Long, you're amazing. What's the name of this skill just now? How come I've never seen it before? You little follower, quickly go back and train hard, or else your grandfather will spank your butt. Brother Long, you still haven't told me what this skill is called. Can you teach me? Alright, go back and train hard. When you break through to the 5th order, I'll teach you this skill. This is my self-created punishment knight skill, called Combat-Killing Revolving Sword. Leveraging Force, a secret skill that allows the weak to defeat the strong. Although you're an assassin, you're also a two-handed weapon, you can barely learn it. Wow, that's great. I'll definitely break through to the 5th order this year. As long as you're willing to work hard, it'll save your grandfather from always being disappointed. But you must remember, combat-killing revolving sword is a skill suitable for you assassins. It's best to be used as a final attack. There must be a good connection in the beginning. If used directly, your assassin's defense is weaker, and your weapon isn't as long as our knight. It's easy to reveal flaws. The words were still ringing in his ears, as if they had happened yesterday. However, that tall, majestic figure had not been seen for many years. Xing Lingxin suddenly felt that his eyes were a little sore. The golden light in front of him seemed to have become even more dazzling. Brother Long, are you all right? I haven't seen you for so many years. Where have you been? Battle-killing revolving sword. This Long Houchen actually knew how to use the battle-killing revolving sword. Wait, his surname is Long. Could he be thinking of this? Xing Lingxin felt goosebumps all over his body in an instant. His entire body trembled, as if he had been electrocuted. If he was really Brother Long's child, how could I let him fall into such a dangerous situation? That's right, while Xing Lingxin was distracted, Long Houchen was already in extreme danger. The dual-blade demon lord was much stronger than he had imagined. The battle-killing revolving sword's super-fast attack speed and the method of borrowing force to fight force certainly allowed Long Houchen's strength to exceed his standard. However, the dual-blade demon lord he was facing wasn't a rank 6 demons. It was a powerful existence at the peak of the rank 6, only a step away from entering the rank 7. The dual-blade demon lord was suddenly blocked by Long Houchen. The battle-killing revolving sword had indeed brought it a lot of trouble. However, after it stabilized a little, an incomparably terrifying strength erupted from its 2 forelimbs. That's right, Long Houchen's battle-killing revolving sword was good at borrowing force. However, when the force he wanted to borrow was too strong, how much could he borrow? The dual-blade demon lord's forelimbs suddenly lifted up at the same time. Amidst the violent collision sounds, the golden light that Long Houchen had transformed into was flung away. In midair, Long Houchen felt a sweetness in his throat. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. That terrifyingly powerful strength seemed like it was going to completely shatter his body. The dual golden striped saber demon's thick and powerful hind legs abruptly stomped on the ground, propelling its huge body to chase after Long Houchen. A pair of sharp blade-like forelimbs were already raised. If it were to truly slash at Long Houchen with its full strength, even if he could somewhat block it, Long Houchen would probably suffer heavy injuries. Roar! At this moment an angry roar rang out. It was Haoyue. Red, gold, green. 3 rays of light shot out at the same time. Those were 3 strong arrow-like rays of light. The 3 rays of light converged in the air and brazenly collided with the dual-blade demon lord's sturdy body. The dual-blade demon lord's body was so huge that it couldn't dodge in midair. The 3 rays of light that converged together faintly emitted a layer of faint purple. Amidst the violent explosion, the peak of the rank 6 dual-blade demon lord was directly blasted down from the sky. Large cracks appeared on the carapace in front of its chest. However, the light in Haoyue's 3 heads and 6 eyes dimmed a lot. It was also at this moment that Sheng Lingxin was moved. After discovering that Long Houchen seemed to be related to the big brother Long in his heart, he no longer hesitated. The pitch-black shadow in the night sky was like a fantasy. There wasn't the slightest bit of metallic luster. That pitch-black halo seemed to have disappeared in a flash. That instant of decisiveness caused water droplets to turn into ice wherever the figure passed. That was a substantial killing intent that affected the temperature of the air. That was an extremely terrifying speed. How could the already damaged breastplate block such an incomparably sharp attack? In the next moment, a dark green liquid suddenly spurted out from the dual-blade demon lord's back. Its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. An assassin's single-target attack was always the strongest among the experts of the 6th Great Temple. Moreover, the dual-blade demon lord was distracted by Long Houchen and Haoyue. Sheng Lingxin was a peak rank 7 expert. Dealing with such a dual-blade demon lord, he naturally killed it in one strike. Overlord stab. If Kai Er was here, she would definitely be able to sense what skill Sheng Lingxin used. Overlord stab not only had a powerful attack power, it also had a powerful impact. The dual-blade demon lord's collapsed body directly flipped over. And at this moment Long Houchen also just happened to fall from the sky. Haoyue leapt with all his might, catching him in midair. Long Houchen swallowed a medicinal pill that was previously stuck between his fingers without hesitation. It was precisely the Jasper body protection pill that Lin Xin called the Vigor pill. A layer of sparkling and translucent jade green appeared on the surface of his skin. Long Houchen only felt his strength greatly increase. At the same time, Little Light released a holy light barrier that fell on his body, healing the internal organs that had just been injured. "How are you?" Sheng Lingxin's voice sounded in Long Houchen's ears. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality, it all happened in an extremely short period of time. From the time Long Houchen used the battle-killing revolving sword to when he landed on Haoyue's back, only a few breaths had passed. At the same time that the dual-blade demon lord was killed, it didn't affect the brilliant Angel Knight regiment's charge in the slightest. At this moment, the 2 armies had already fiercely collided together. After the brilliant Angel Knight regiment had gone through a long-distance charge, the huge metal wings erected on their backs slowly unfolded on both sides of their bodies. With the help of these huge wings, they and their mounts' weight were substantially reduced. And the front end of these metal wings was as sharp as a blade. Under the effect of this kind of charge, a formidable might instantly erupted, unceasingly tearing apart the bodies of the demons. The heavy blade in his hand wildly chopped out with tyrannical spiritual energy. The impact instantly caused the demon army to collapse. Where the blade pointed, it was invincible. The brilliant Angel Knight regiment was the elite of the Exorcist Mountain Ranges elite. These 3,000 knight could be said to be the strongest knight team in the entire Exorcist Mountain Range. 3,000 knight of the 5th step. Even if the Knights Templars wanted to gather such a force, it wouldn't be easy. If it were any other temple, it would be impossible for them to obtain this kind of help from the Knights Templars, who asked the Assassin Temple to have the best relationship with the Knights Templars. Moreover, behind every brilliant angel knight, there was a hidden assassin from the Assassin Temple's Knight Thorn. They were similarly of the fifth step. Not long ago, Gaoingjie had told Long Haochen and Kair that the knight and assassin as one was vividly displayed by them. The charge of the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment was already able to deal with all the demons of the fifth step and below. Even if there were fish that slipped through the net, it would be impossible for them to escape the attacks of the Knight Thorn's assassins. Once they encountered an opponent of the fifth step and above, they would immediately see at least 10 black shadows erupt at the same time. On the battlefield, a single person's strength was ultimately insignificant. Facing the full force attack of 10 fifth-step assassins, even a 7th-step powerhouse would find it hard to resist without powerful equipment. In this instant of collision, at least 10,000 demon army were forcibly scattered by the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment. The number of killers was even more uncountable. "I'm fine." Hearing Xing Lingxin's concerned voice, Long Haochen subconsciously replied. Although he was an Earth Knight, Hao Yue was more proficient in magic. The Knight Regiment's charge and breaking through enemy lines wasn't something he was proficient in. But since he had already rushed out, he could only go all out. Fighting for survival. You only need to listen to my command and charge forward. Don't stop. If you encounter an enemy, I will naturally take action. Xing Lingxin's slightly gloomy voice sounded. Yes. With Xing Lingxin's words, the pressure on Long Haochen was greatly reduced. Riding on Hao Yue, he swiftly charged forward. Demons continuously appeared in front of him, but as long as they were demons of the 4th step and above, an ice-cold chill would erupt from Long Haochen's body. Not a single demon could obstruct him in the slightest. As for those with low cultivation, they naturally became a part of his achievement point. At this moment, Long Haochen suddenly felt his vision becoming blurry. The demon army that was originally fiercely colliding with them seemed to have collapsed. Unexpectedly, an open space appeared in front of them. Careful, the Earth Dragon Clan's invisible person. Xing Lingxin's voice suddenly became cold. Long Haochen's heart trembled. He slightly raised the 2 swords in his hands, and an intense golden flame suddenly rippled out from his body. In this dark night filled with blood, this golden flame was like a holy light that wanted to purify the darkness. While illuminating everything in an instant, it also carried a blazing aura. Even the smell of blood in the surroundings seemed to have been purified a lot. Flames of the Sun Yang Wenjiao had used this skill before. After his cultivation broke through to the 5th step, Long Haochen had also learned this powerful retribution knight skill from the inheritance ring his father had given him. Flames of the Sun consumed a lot of spiritual energy, but it was a powerful skill that combined attack and defense. When Yang Wenjiao used this skill, he couldn't maintain it for too long, but in this aspect, Long Haochen had a lot more advantages than him. Relying on the Sun of Light's constitution, when using Flames of the Sun, his consumption was much lower. Moreover, he had Light's assistance and Lin Xian's medicine. Long Haochen had once faced the Earth Dragon Clan's invisible person. At that time, it was just one invisible person, but it almost took Lin Jialu's life. And now, the scene before him even made him feel dazed, and it was on the battlefield. The number of invisible person on the opposite side could be imagined. When the demon army saw that they couldn't resist head-on, they sent out a large number of invisible person, intending to weaken the strength of the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment through assassination. This clearly wasn't the first time the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment appeared on the battlefield. In their previous encounters, the demons had accumulated some experience in dealing with them. After all, this was a knight and assassin combination, and at this time, they had already rushed out of the Exorcist Pass to a certain distance. The priest's eye of truth couldn't shine here, and the formidable concealment ability of the Earth Dragon clan's invisible person would definitely give the knight and assassin a headache. The experts of the Thorn of Darkness could still rely on their speed and concealment ability to dodge, but the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment was a clear target. Long Houchen slightly narrowed his eyes. His entire mental state had already risen to its peak. With a sudden thought, without hesitation, Blue Rain and Hibiscus of Light on his left hand released a lightning thrust to the left. Hibiscus of Light's special effect was immediately released, and thousands of rays of light enveloped a very large area. Ding, 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 ding. A series of explosive sounds rang out, and an illusory figure faintly appeared in Long Houchen's vision. In an instant, the sun's fire was mobilized, and the lightning thrust was followed by a light-severing sword. The attack power of an ordinary light-severing sword wasn't strong, but the light-severing sword with the sun's fire was even comparable to glorious sun slash. The dazzling golden flames turned into a huge blade in a flash. With a puff, a gray demon's was cut in half by Long Houchen. The cut was charred black, the result of light burning the darkness. However, this was only the beginning. At the same time that Long Houchen dealt with the Earth Dragon clan's invisible person, sharp auras simultaneously came from at least 3 directions. At this moment, the reaction speed that Long Houchen had honed from the owl ant burrow played a decisive role. Most of the Earth Dragon tribe's stealthy experts were Type 4 or above. The Holy Spirit sword in Long Houchen's hand instantly transformed into countless rays of light. One could clearly see white rays of light constantly blossoming in front of Long Houchen. Every time the white light flashed, there would be a ding. Because Long Houchen was at the forefront of the charge, the number of stealthy Earth Dragon tribe stealthy experts he was facing was naturally the highest. At least 7 or 8 invisible person were attacking him at the same time. However, when Long Houchen brandished his dual swords, he actually blocked all the attacks without revealing any openings. At the same time, the sun's fire burned the invisible person, leaving some marks on their bodies. The light attribute was the most effective against the darkness attribute demons, and the sun's fire on Long Houchen's body was extremely powerful. After a series of collisions, most of the weapons in the invisible person's hands were burned red. A ring of fiery red light instantly spread, pushing away the invisible person's attack power. This was Xiao Hua's ring of fire of resistance. Then, Long Houchen's dual swords made a circle, the light-severing sword bursting forth. The light-severing sword imbued with the sun's fire was not something these invisible person could block. Instantly, a swath of them was cut down like wheat. Sheng Lingxin had been paying attention to Long Houchen all this time, afraid that he would be ambushed by the invisible person. However, when he saw how well Long Houchen dealt with them, he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. What kind of perception was this? He could actually sense the position of the Earth Dragon tribe's invisible person and respond so well. As for the sun's fire that Long Houchen used, he wasn't surprised at all. If Long Houchen was his big brother Long's child, what would the sun's fire amount to? This time, several thousand Earth Dragon tribe's invisible person rushed forward. From time to time, ear-piercing sounds of metal colliding could be heard from the charging brilliant Knight Regiment's knights' bodies. These invisible person were really annoying. They were like the assassins from the Assassin's Temple, specially looking for flaws to strike. Moreover, their speed was exceptionally fast. Even the armored knight's body wasn't flawless. Therefore, the entire brilliant Angel Knight Regiment's charging speed immediately dropped somewhat. The knight cooperated with the Knight Thorn behind them and could only rely on perception and judgment to resist these invisible person. Xing Lingxin slightly wrinkled his brows and said in a low voice, "Something seems wrong. The demons didn't know when we would rush out, so how could they so quickly arrange the Earth Dragon tribe's invisible person to intercept us? Could it be that they had planned this beforehand?" Thinking till here, Xing Lingxin only felt his heart slightly sink. A lump of bright golden light was suddenly thrown out from his hand, and he hurriedly shouted towards Long Houchen, Take a detour to the left, return to the Exorcist Mountain Pass. As a commander, although he couldn't be sure whether his judgment was correct, the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment was the Exorcist Mountain Pass elite among the elites. His goal this time was to strike as many holes as possible in the enemy's formation. While killing a large number of enemies, it would also intimidate the demons. At the same time, it would also give the Exorcist Mountain Pass magicians, priests, and soldiers some buffer time. But the situation before them clearly wasn't good. The Earth Dragon tribe's invisible person appeared too quickly. Not long after they rushed into the demon army, they didn't have much destructive power, but because of these invisible person, they were slowed down. The brilliant Angel Knight Regiment's greatest advantage lay in speed and charging power. Once their speed decreased, their charging power would naturally decrease as well. The demons had at least hundreds of thousands of troops here. If they were surrounded and their speed couldn't increase, then even if their 3,000 people's individual fighting power was strong, with the Thorn of Darkness, they would still be left on the battlefield. Therefore, Xing Lingxin would rather be a bit more cautious than rashly continue charging forward. At this time, the sky was too dark. If the enemy had any arrangements, it would be very difficult to see them. Long Haochen simply wouldn't question Xing Lingxin's orders. Relying on his outstanding perception and sun's fire, it would be very difficult for the invisible person to injure him. Long Haochen followed his instructions and quickly rushed to the side. Because of the distinctive sun's fire, the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment behind him could naturally easily find a target to follow. However, the number of invisible person dispatched by the demons clearly exceeded Xing Lingxin's expectations. Although the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment followed Long Haochen and changed directions, under the situation of being attacked by a large number of invisible person, it was as if they had fallen into a quagmire. Their speed continuously decreased. At this moment, suddenly, accompanied by a low incantation, little light abruptly flung its head backward, and a ball of light emitting illusory brilliance shot backward. In the next moment, a faint white light spread in the air, at least covering an area of several hundred square meters. In the air, a white light condensed into an eye that shone brightly. Suddenly, a large number of gray figures appeared below. Eye of Truth? It was actually Eye of Truth? While Xing Lingxin was greatly shocked, he couldn't help but have a whole new level of respect for this strange mount of Long Haochen. Long Haochen's 3 heads had been constantly casting magic, cooperating with Long Haochen with tacit understanding, as if they were one person. And now it actually released Eye of Truth, a skill that only priests could learn. How could it not be shocking? Most of the time, the more powerful the skill, the more useful it would be. Eye of Truth was only a Tier 3 spell. However, using it in such a situation was akin to sending charcoal in snowy weather. The strength of the Earth Tribe's invisible person was only around Grade 4, while the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment's Knight Regiment was not only Grade 5 powerhouses, but also well-equipped, and they had the support of the Night Thorn's assassins. Once these invisible person revealed themselves, it would be a bloody massacre. In the next moment, all the invisible person of the Earth Tribe within several hundred square meters became dismembered corpses. At least 200 radiant Angel Knights were freed because of this. Long Haochen, let your mount continue to release Eye of Truth. We'll reduce our speed. Xing Lingxin made a prompt decision. If they didn't deal with these invisible person, their speed of retreat would be too slow, and the demon army would already be rushing over here. Yes. Long Haochen responded. Haoyue stopped moving, and one Eye of Truth after another continuously shot out from Light's mouth, illuminating the rear. A large number of invisible person were continuously turned into mud and blood under the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment's iron hooves. The Knight Regiment's troops, who were originally puzzled by Long Haochen and Haoyue's decision to charge at the forefront, were now filled with joy. This was the chief's secret weapon. They actually had a mount that could use Eye of Truth. This was simply too important to the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment. This wasn't the first time they had suffered a loss against the invisible person of the Earth tribe. Although light could only use Eye of Truth on its own, its casting speed was extremely fast. However, its casting speed was extremely fast, and the range of this skill was already very large. Its existence was more than enough for the entire Knight Regiment. After dealing with the invisible person of the Earth tribe, the demon army on the other side had already rushed over. Without the slightest hesitation, Xing Lingxin ordered Long Haochen to continue circling back. They only needed to rush back a short distance of a kilometer or so, and they would be able to enter the Exorcist Mountain Pass's protective range. Although this attack had failed, they had still gotten rid of a lot of demons, winning a certain amount of time for the Exorcist Mountain Pass. As long as the losses weren't too great, Xing Lingxin could accept it. Just as Long Haochen and Hao Yue finally turned around and put away the sun's fire. However, a shocking scene unfolded before them. On the road they had to pass through, 3 huge light pillars suddenly soared into the sky. Each pillar of light had a diameter of over 30 meters. Under the pitch-black night sky, these 3 pillars of light that were hundreds of meters tall were simply too obvious. The 3 light pillars had different colors. The central one was a fiery red light pillar, and the 2 sides were respectively black and cyan. One could vaguely see that there seemed to be a huge pillar within each of these 3 thick light pillars. The huge pillars were engraved with countless magnificent and strange patterns. At least, it was something Long Haochen had never seen before. The 3 huge light pillars emitted a strong oppressive aura. Blocking the road they had to pass through, they were like an insurmountable moat in front of the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment. The situation Xing Lingxin didn't want to see the most had finally happened. It was very clear that the demons had already laid a trap, and were waiting for the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment to come out. This trap didn't seem to be very clever, and was just waiting for the rabbit. But all along, the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment had always been a huge threat to the demons. As the military chief of the Exorcist Mountain Pass, it was impossible for Xing Lingxin not to mobilize this force to join the battle. After all, the knight's battlefield was on the plains, and not defending the city. In the end, the enemy still succeeded in waiting for the rabbit. Xing Lingxin took a deep breath, and his whole person seemed to have entered a strange state. Long Haochen clearly felt that the military chief behind him seemed to have become ethereal, and was even more unfathomable than before. Long Haochen, you should know Long Xingwu. At this time, Xing Lingxin unexpectedly asked Long Haochen this question. Huh! Long Haochen was startled. Xing Lingxin faintly smiled, and said, I really didn't expect that I would actually meet Brother Long's descendant. You don't need to deny it. Fighting revolving sword is a skill created by Brother Long himself. If he didn't impart it, who could learn it? In this world, there are only 3 people that know this skill. One is naturally Brother Long himself, and the other is you. Speaking up to here, he paused for a moment, and then slowly said with a voice brimming with emotion, and the last one is me. Long Haochen turned his head to look at Xing Lingxin, and suddenly discovered that the military chief's expression was very gentle, and the gaze that was looking at him didn't have the slightest bit of fierceness. Sir Chief, the smile on Xing Lingxin's face didn't diminish. I used to be Brother Long's follower, and was his most loyal supporter. He is my idol, and in my heart, Brother Long's position is even higher than my grandfather's. I really didn't expect to see Brother Long's fighting revolving sword on the battlefield today. How is he? Long Haochen lightly shook his head and said, I also haven't seen Father for a long time. Father? You really are his son. Haha, good, very good. It seems that Kai really has good eyesight. Xing Lingxin laughed heartily. Not far away there were those 3 strange huge light pillars, but at this time, he could actually still laugh. Sir Chief, what's wrong? Long Haochen faintly felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart, and it was becoming more and more intense. Xing Lingxin indifferently said, Nothing, I just remembered some things in the past. These demon bastards think that they can destroy my brilliant angel knight regiment like this? What a joke. Later, don't attack, just ride your mount to the left. I will deal with the enemy. Yes. Sir Chief, what are those 3 light pillars? While receiving Xing Lingxin's order, Long Haochen still couldn't help but ask curiously. Xing Lingxin didn't answer the question and said, "This is your first time on the battlefield, right?" Long Haochen subconsciously nodded. Xing Lingxin slightly smiled, and his handsome face revealed a touch of surprise. Your luck is really not bad. You can face the top existence of the demons in your first time on the battlefield. Have you heard of the 72 demon god pillars? That's 3 of them. Long Haochen turned to look at him dumbfounded. He really wanted to ask this military chief, who was at the peak of the Tier 7, but had yet to reach the Tier 8, why was he still able to laugh at this moment? According to Long Haochen's knowledge, among the 72 demon god pillars of the demons, even the weakest existence was at the peak of the Tier 8 powerhouse. At this time, Xing Lingxin raised his hand again, and a ball of light shot into the sky. The halo of light spread out, and formed a dazzling big flower in the sky. Long Haochen could now see that, in the dark, this was Xing Lingxin's method of giving orders to the brilliant Angel Knight regiment. As expected, along with the halo of light spreading out, the speed of the brilliant Angel Knight regiment following behind them suddenly decreased, and they quickly rearranged their formation. In an extremely short period of time, they changed from the previous assault cone formation to a defensive circular formation. All the brilliant Angel Knight regiment uniformly moved outwards, and no longer moved as a whole, shrinking the formation into a complete defensive stance. Long Haochen had yet to wake up from the shock of Xing Lingxin's words about the 72 demon god pillars. When he was very young, he had already heard of the existence of the 72 demon god pillars. More than 6,000 years ago, it was precisely because of the descent of the 72 demon god pillars that the mainland fell from the glorious era into the dark era. Looking at the 3 huge light pillars that seemed to connect the sky and the earth, unconsciously, he only felt how insignificant he was. "Stop!" Xing Lingxin ordered. Long Haochen hurriedly stopped Hao Yue's footstep. At this time, the 3 huge light pillars began to move. They seemed slow, but in reality, they were rapidly moving towards this side. In a flash, Xing Lingxin had already landed in front of them. He turned his head to look at Long Haochen, and the smile on his face seemed to have become a lot warmer. "Remember my words, go back from the left side, your strength still won't attract their attention. In the future, treat Kai Er well. You are Big Brother Long's son, so I can be at ease. I only have this one daughter." "He is Kai Er's father?" In that instant, Long Haochen finally understood why he followed Xing Lingxin to appear on the battlefield. So he is actually Kai Er's father, and also the husband of mage leader Lan Yinyu. No wonder his attitude towards him was so cold before, but now, because of his father, he acknowledged him. Xing Lingxin only gave a simple instruction before he slowly walked forward to meet the 3 huge light pillars. A layer of faint gray air started to condense on his body, and his entire body became transparent like a gray crystal. A pair of gray wings, which were much smaller than the Radiance Knight's, slowly spread out from his back. Then, they retracted and stuck close to his back. In each of his hands a ray of gray light extended out, and it looked like 2 gray short swords. The scene before Long Haochen's eyes was too shocking. Under the pitch-black night sky, Xing Lingxin walked alone, facing the demon's peak power that was coming from afar. The 3 huge light pillars were getting closer and closer, and compared to the radiance they emitted, Xing Lingxin seemed so insignificant. However, his shoulders, which didn't seem too broad, seemed to be able to withstand everything and support the sky. Long Haochen didn't ride on Hao Yue. He immediately circled around from the left and stared blankly at Xing Lingxin, who was walking forward step by step in this place that reeked of blood. He felt as though something was choking in his chest. He took a deep breath. There was no doubt that the air on this battlefield that reeked of blood was turbid. However, after taking a deep breath, Long Houchen closed his eyes. His heart was burning, his blood was burning, his spiritual power was burning, and his boundless fighting spirit was also burning. Can I really go back like this? Am I going back in front of the Radiant Angel Knight group and the Thorn of Darkness? What about the Knight's glory? If I do that, am I still fit to be a knight? How am I going to explain this to Kai? Am I going to abandon her father and escape alone? Slowly raising his head, Long Houchen's eyes were brimming with pride. I am the owner of the throne of God of Doomsday and Slaughter, the Knight of the Seal Long Xingwu's son. Even if I die on the battlefield, how can I be a deserter? When he opened his eyes again, Long Houchen's gaze was brimming with determination. Hao Yue's three heads turned around to look at him and lightly nodded. Long Houchen and Hao Yue's minds were linked, so he could naturally feel Hao Yue's thoughts. There was a blood contract between them. If Long Houchen died, Hao Yue wouldn't be able to live alone. Therefore, he didn't let Hao Yue leave. Since that was the case, then they would live and die together. Taking a deep look at the distant Exorcist Mountain Pass, Long Houchen's face revealed a trace of gentleness. Kai, if I can return alive, I want to kiss your face. Hao Yue, let's go. Long Houchen shouted loudly. There were already a few more medicinal pills in his hand. First, he swallowed a spiritual recovery pill, and with all his strength, he urged the saint's spiritual furnace within his body to revolve, recovering the previously consumed spiritual power as much as possible. Hao Yue's 4 hooves flew, and very quickly caught up to Xing Lingxin's side. Xing Lingxin suddenly turned his head and angrily shouted, "Why haven't you left yet?" Long Houchen's gaze was firm and persistent as he stared at him. I am a knight. If I abandon you and leave, what qualifications do I have to be together with Kai? I am Long Xingwu's son. There is only a Long Houchen who dies on the battlefield. There is no Long Houchen who abandons his companions and escapes alone. Xing Lingxin stared blankly. Looking at Long Houchen's gaze, he seemed to see the unparalleled judgment and judgment knight of the seal who galloped on the battlefield in the past. Long Houchen's gaze had already told him a lot of things. He absolutely wouldn't cower in the face of a strong enemy. At this moment, Xing Lingxin's heart suddenly produced a deep regret. Why did he let Long Houchen go out and take risks? Chapter 58. While Long Houchen and Xing Lingxin were talking, the 3 glaring beams of light had already arrived in front of them. They could clearly see that there were hundreds of demons under each of the 3 beams of light. Although there were only 300 of them, the oppressive aura released by these 300 demons was no less than that of the demon army on the other side. As they got closer, Long Houchen could also see the 3 demon god pillars clearly. In the middle, below the demon god pillar that shone with a fiery red glow, there was a dazzling golden light. However, it was not the golden light of the light attribute. Instead, it was filled with a strong aura of darkness and fire. In this light, a huge warhorse about 6 meters tall and 3 meters long stood proudly. On the back of the warhorse was a demon god that was more than 10 meters tall. His golden armor accentuated his magnificent body. His head was like that of a lion, but his body was like that of a human. The exposed skin of his face and hands were red. Long Xingwu had once described the characteristics of the 72 demon god pillars to Long Houchen in detail and requested that Long Houchen memorize them all. Seeing the huge figure, Long Houchen immediately made a judgment. This was the 52nd demon god pillar of the 72 demon god pillars. His name was Enluocian. He was also known as the Flaming Lion Demon. He specialized in the power of fire and darkness. Almost all the demon gods were MCMAU powerhouses. Although he was only ranked 52nd, he was a genuine 9th stage powerhouse. On the left side of the Flaming Lion Demon Enluocian, under the black beam of light was a demon god with a majestic figure. This fellow was also human, but he had a bull's head and a pair of wings with black feathers on his back. His entire body was emitting a blue glow. His upper body was bare, and his muscles could only be described as terrifying and twisted like a python. He was actually more than 5 meters tall. This was the winged bull Mad Devil Saigong, ranked 61st among the 72 demon god pillars. On the other side, the one whose body was shining with a green glow was the most human-like. He was riding a green-winged horse, and was a handsome man who was more than 2 meters tall. However, both he and his horse had a pair of bewitching red eyes. Set off by the green glow around them, they looked even more eerie. This was the 70th demon god pillar, Green Demon Riding Devil. The last 12 demon gods were all at the peak of the Type 8 realm, while the 60 demon gods before them were all at the Type 9 realm. The 3 before them were Green Demon Riding Devil. Although they were green demon gods, Long Haochen and Sheng Lingxin, Long Haochen and Sheng Lingxin demon. In front of these 3 demon gods, there were hundreds of demon race experts. With their status in the demon race, it was not enough for them to have their own tribes. These were their personal guards. Long Haochen Long of Green Demon Riding Demons. The Green Lingxin Devil King had of was the weakest. Demon Long Chen, and his Lingxin Demon Devil. Were Green Devil of 100. Were Demon were of green. As for the Flaming Devil Lion and Luoxian's personal guards, they were 103-meter-tall flaming devil mantises. Each of them had a cultivation of the 6th order. The presence of the 3 demon gods and the 300 personal guards was like a natural moat that blocked the path of retreat of the brilliant Angel Knight regiment. It was not an easy task to force his way through. Sheng Lingxin's voice resounded in Long Haochen's ears. "We can't fight recklessly, the most important thing is to stall for time." The Exorcist Mountain Pass must have seen the appearance of these 3 devil children. 10 minutes, we need at most 10 minutes before reinforcements arrive. Hearing his words, Long Haochen knew that Sheng Lingxin had already accepted the fact that he was staying. The 3 great demon gods clearly didn't expect that Sheng Lingxin wouldn't let the brilliant Angel Knight regiment launch an assault upon seeing them, and seize the lifeline to return to the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Instead, the 3 great demon gods formed a tight formation and defended to the death. Therefore, their overall reaction speed was slower. Just like how Sheng Lingxin did not expect the 3 demon gods to specially arrange a battle strategy for the brilliant Angel Knight Corps, the 3 demon gods did not expect Sheng Lingxin to be so decisive. After pondering for a bit, they understood that Sheng Lingxin was waiting for reinforcements from the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Therefore, the 3 didn't hesitate to give the order to attack. As long as the brilliant Angel Knight regiment and the Thorn of Darkness were defeated, it would be a heavy blow to the Temple League. Only then did they immediately command the personal guards to rush forward. Regarding Sheng Lingxin and Long Haochen, the 3 demon gods completely disregarded them. How could these 2 individuals enter their eyes? Moreover, they didn't expect that Sheng Lingxin, the military chief of the Exorcist Mountain Pass, would personally lead the brilliant Angel Knight regiment to battle. Seeing that the enemy was less than 100 meters away, Sheng Lingxin suddenly turned his head towards Long Haochen and said with a smile, "Do you know why the demons are unable to truly destroy us humans despite having the 72 demon god pillars? You should know that we humans have less than 29th step powerhouses of the human race." Long Haochen blankly shook his head. Sheng Lingxin said, "That's because we humans have the foundation left over from the glorious era, as well as the equipment that the demons don't have. You stay here and don't move. They clearly overlooked our existence, so I'll make them face it. Get ready to run. Once I return, immediately lead me to the left side. Today, let's see how much time we can buy for the night regiment. Wait a moment, this is for you. It can allow your body's potential to erupt for a short period of time, but after using it you will be weak for a period of time. While speaking, Long Haochen gave Sheng Lingxin 2 medicinal pills from between his fingers. They were precisely the Jasper Body Protection Pill and the Spiritual Explosion Pill. As for the Spiritual Recovery Pill, it was clearly useless to Sheng Lingxin, who had a spiritual power base of nearly 30,000. Sheng Lingxin took the medicinal pills and directly threw them into his mouth. He looked at him with some astonishment. "I didn't expect you to be so rich. Get ready to run with all your strength. Use whatever trump cards you have." As soon as he finished speaking, Sheng Lingxin lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his whole body floated up. This time, Long Haochen didn't follow. He had the courage to fight to the death, but he definitely wouldn't be reckless. Even if there was only a slim chance of survival, he would strive hard to fight for it. None of the enemies in front of him were weaker than him, and they even had the tyrannical existences of the 3 great demon gods. Executing Sheng Lingxin's tactics was clearly the most important. Vaguely, he also already understood what Sheng Lingxin wanted to do. The moment Sheng Lingxin shot out, his body became blurry. Even with Long Haochen's perception, he was still unable to capture his position. The 300 personal guards of the 3 great demon gods were charging at the forefront of the dark green dual-blade demons. At this moment, the one at the forefront was only less than 50 meters away from Long Haochen. Haoyue's neck straightened, and his 3 big heads stared ahead. Because Long Haochen was sitting on his back, he couldn't see his eyes. Xiao Hua, Xiao Guang, and Xiao Qing, 3 heads and 6 eyes, but their eyes were exactly the same. That was an endless coldness and arrogance. It was just like a monarch who controlled the world looking down on his slave. Even when his gaze shifted to the 3 huge demon god pillars in the distance, it was still the same. Sitting upright on its back, Long Haochen simultaneously swallowed a Jasper Body Protection Pill, a Spiritual Explosion Pill, and a Spiritual Recovery Pill. In an instant, he only felt his body rapidly heat up. Within the saint's spiritual furnace in his chest, the liquid spiritual power seemed to be boiling, crazily surging. Long Haochen's entire skin was covered with a layer of red, brimming with excitement. Even his pair of golden eyes seemed to have 2 clusters of flames burning. This was the first time he ate a spiritual explosion pill, but he didn't expect that the effect of this thing would be so fierce. That dry and hot feeling even affected his perception. Bang! The dark green dual-blade demon that was charging at the forefront suddenly soared up, and directly pounced at Long Haochen. Its huge forelimbs were raised, clearly wanting to tear Long Haochen to shreds. "Kill!" Long Haochen shouted. At this moment, whether it was his fighting intent or killing intent, they were both unprecedentedly strong. His legs exerted force, and he directly soared up from Haoyue's back, rushing to meet the dark green dual-blade demon. Haoyue didn't belong to the kind of demon beast that would directly assist the knight in charging. It was more proficient in supporting and assisting attacks. As soon as Long Haochen soared up, Xiao Guang spat out a golden light from his mouth, attaching it to his body. That was a blazing flame. Unexpectedly, it was the fire of the sun that Long Haochen had just used. However, this fire of the sun was different from the one ignited by Long Haochen himself. In an instant it flowed from his body to his 2 swords, attaching it to his first attack. The Holy Spirit sword, Blue Rain, and Hibiscus of Light were like 2 suns that suddenly lit up the earth. Under the effect of the spiritual explosion pill, Long Haochen's internal spiritual force at this moment was like an explosive increase. Double glorious sun slash. Head-on clash. The fire of the sun emitted by Xiao Guang was like the flames of the double glorious sun slash. The 2 complemented each other, and together with the explosive state of Long Haochen, this attack was filled with indomitable aggressiveness. Boom! Crossing slashes, the 2 swords in Long Haochen's hands fiercely collided with the dark green dual-blade demon's sharp forelimbs. An ear-piercing shattering sound mixed with terrifying light attribute energy fluctuations instantly erupted. The dark green dual blade demon's forelimbs were unexpectedly shattered by Long Houchen in an instant, and Long Houchen also fell to the ground under the impact of the recoil. It had to be said that these demon gods' personal guards were more valiant than ordinary demons. Even if its most powerful weapon was shattered, the dark green dual blade demon unexpectedly didn't retreat, but instead directly smashed down on Long Houchen, actually trying to use its solid body to crush him to death. A resonant dragon's roar instantly resounded. Long Houchen's two swords intertwined, and a layer of faint golden scales appeared around his body. Golden light swayed, and with an ear-piercing sound of friction, the solid carapace on the chest of the dark green dual blade demon was shattered, and the sharp blades of blue rain and hibiscus of light instantly ended its life. After taking the spiritual explosion pill, Long Houchen's battle strength at least doubled. Facing the fifth step dark green dual blade demon, he unexpectedly killed it in such a short time under a head-on clash. However, more dark green dual blade demons had already rushed over at this time. It was also at this time that a ball of white light abruptly lit up in the center of the dark green dual blade demon's personal guards that were rushing forward. This ball of white light came very suddenly, without any warning. Immediately after, tens of thousands of white lights erupted from that ball of light. The ear-piercing howls were like the wails of ghosts and the howls of wolves, and an incomparably sharp aura instantly spread out. The carapace of the dark green dual blade demons was extremely hard. If it wasn't for the sharp blue rain and hibiscus of light in Long Houchen's hands, even with the boost from the spiritual explosion pill, he wouldn't have been able to kill one of them in a single round. But at this moment, under the cover of the white light that spread out in an instant, the dark green dual blade demons that were madly rushing forward abruptly froze, and then fiercely fell to the ground. As long as the white light fell on their bodies, it unexpectedly pierced through their bodies without exception. Under the cover of the white light, less than 40 of the 100 dark green dual blade demons were left in an extremely short time. More than 50 dark green dual blade demons had all fallen, and among them, more than 30 had died directly. The others had also suffered a near-destructive blow and fell to the ground, struggling at death's door. In midair, the white light receded, and a gray figure could be vaguely seen quietly flashing before disappearing once again. This time, it was Long Houchen's turn to take advantage of it. His figure rapidly charged forward, and in just the time of 2 breaths, 2 heavily wounded dark green dual blade demons had fallen under his 2 swords. Long Houchen didn't stay idle either. Bursting fireballs, light thorns, little light, and little fire all launched an all-out attack. They helped Long Houchen clean up the heavily wounded remnants. At the same time, they didn't forget to rush over and use their sharp teeth to bite open the carapace of the dark green dual blade demons and devour their magical crystals. The dark green dual blade demon guards suddenly suffered a destructive blow, and the 3 demon gods in the distance immediately reacted. The flaming devil mantis sped up and charged forward, while the twin-headed devil vultures seemed to cover the sky and cover the earth. The demon god Cyan Goblin, who was ranked 70th among the 3 demon gods, patted the green devil horse beneath him, and the devil horse actually stepped on the void, soaring through the air. That huge green pillar of light followed Shi'er, as if it was the light emitted by him. It was also at this time that a strange scene appeared in the sky not far from the place where the white light had previously erupted. It was a completely gray crystal. That's right, it was a crystal. It was about 2 meters tall, rhombus-shaped, and emitted a faint silver-gray color all over, sparkling and translucent. Even under the illumination of the flames emitted by the flaming devil mantis, it could still reflect a resplendent radiance, but that radiance was also filled with a dangerous aura. Olalu! The Cyan Goblin horseman suddenly let out an explosive roar, and a green spear appeared in its right hand. Its body leaned back slightly, and in the next moment, the green spear had already shot straight towards the gray crystal with a thunderous sound. As expected of one of the 72 demon god pillars, the instant the green spear shot out, The surrounding area of several hundred square meters turned completely green. Long Houchen, who was in the middle of killing the dark green dual-blade demons, felt his heart tighten, and his entire body was affected by the green light, becoming much more rigid. A layer of golden light landed on Long Houchen, and the rigid feeling disappeared. It was Haoyue who had come to his side. As for why Haoyue wasn't affected by the green light, Long Houchen didn't have time to think about it. Whoa! Haoyue growled at Long Houchen. Long Houchen immediately understood, and threw a spirit explosion pill into Haoyue's mouth. Greenie, who hadn't participated in the attack all this time, suddenly raised its head. It had been chanting in a low voice all this time. After swallowing the spirit explosion pill, a layer of green light appeared on Haoyue's entire body, especially on the protruding part of its spine, where 3 golden ridges appeared. Greenie growled, and Xiao Hua and Xiao Guang immediately growled together with it, accompanied by a special rhythm, completely ignoring the battlefield not far away. Haoyue's 3 heads seemed to be completing a strange incantation. Below its body, there was also a strange ridge in the shape of a nonagon that flickered with starlight. A faint green mist of light rose. Although Long Houchen didn't know what Haoyue was doing, he didn't hesitate to ride on its body, and at the same time, his eyes were fixed on the sky not far away. Although the light on the green spear caused all the creatures within its range to slow down, its speed was quite terrifying, and in a flash it pierced the gray crystal in the sky. Long Houchen's heart subconsciously tightened. Although he had already decided to die the moment he stayed, seeing that the gray crystal that was transformed from Kai Er's father was hit by the peak of the 8th-rank Green Goblin-mounted devil in one shot, his heart was filled with worry. It should be known that for experts of any profession, the gap between each rank was like a natural chasm, because each rank had a specific and powerful increase. For example, the 5th rank of Liquid Spirit Force, the 6th rank of Spiritual Aperture, and the 7th rank of Spiritual Force Transformation of the body. As for the changes above the 8th rank, although Long Houchen didn't know, he could guess that it must be a qualitative leap. The Green Goblin-mounted devil was at the peak of the 8th rank, while Sheng Lingxin was at the peak of the 7th rank. That was an entire rank difference. Pooh! A soft sound made all the demon gods' personal guards, be it in the sky or on the ground, focus their attention on the gray crystal. A strange scene appeared. The green spear was actually like a gust of wind, quietly dispersing upon colliding with the gray crystal, not even causing the crystal to tremble at all. In fact, the light emitted from the crystal was even brighter. This was, whether it was Long Houchen or the 3 demon gods, they couldn't help but have a trace of doubt. Without exception, they didn't know what kind of existence this gray crystal was. Ding! A clear and melodious sound was heard in the next instant, and a series of gray shadows burst out from the gray crystal. It could be seen that the shadows were obviously the same as Xing Lingxin's body from before. However, in this instant, there were actually hundreds of shadows that burst out. Every shadow was filled with a resolute aura, and every shadow was shining with a crystal-clear gray light. They were fast, they were wild, and they even had a hint of resolute sacrifice. Pu. These shadows were simply too fast, so fast that they dragged behind them a large number of afterimages. Even with Long Houchen's perception and eyesight, he could only catch one of them. The shadow flashed 3 times in the sky, and 3 of the powerful twin-headed demon vultures in the sky actually fell just like that. The flaming demon mantis defense was much stronger, but as long as it was hit by a shadow, after 3 consecutive explosions, it would also turn into pieces. The power of this attack was simply too strong, to the point that even a powerful existence like the Green Demon Horse Demon Knight could only form 2 green spears in his hands to continuously block the light's poison. The Green Demon Horse under him actually kept retreating under this attack. In just a few blinks of an eye, the twin-headed demon vultures in the sky and the remaining jade-green dual-blade demons on the ground were all wiped out. Even a third of the flaming demon mantis had disappeared. The violent spiritual power fluctuations caused everything within the range of the shadow to be covered in a layer of coldness, and the gray crystal that was previously floating in the sky also quietly disappeared. "Let's go." A weak voice rang in Long Houchen's ears. Long Houchen only felt his back sink, and there was already someone leaning on his back. Without needing him to give the order, Hao Yue had already moved. Almost a moment ago, Little Green, Little Light, and Little Fire had also just finished their incantations. At this moment, all three of their eyes were actually shining with green light. That's right, they were all green light. In the next moment, the cyan-colored tail flame abruptly spurted out. It carried Long Houchen and Xing Lingxin on its back and swept to the side at lightning speed. Hao Yue had actually used an incantation to temporarily change Little Light and Little Fire's attribute. At this moment, it was like 3 fifth-step wind magicians were using all their strength to increase their speed. Levitation, acceleration, and the push of the wind, it was as if Hao Yue was flying, and in a short period of time, his speed had reached an unprecedented peak. It was also at this moment that 3 angry roars rang out from the mouths of the 3 demon gods. This was a humiliation, the most direct humiliation. In front of the 3 of them, a human had actually used a special method to instantly kill the majority of their personal guards. How could the demon gods be willing to accept this kind of humiliation? Xing Lingxin had realized what he had said before. He wanted to buy time for the brilliant Angel Knight Regiment, and first of all, he had to attract the attention of the 3 demon gods. Without a doubt, he had succeeded. The 3 demon gods turned into red, green, and black lights, chasing after Hao Yue. Even though Hao Yue was currently using all 3 of his heads, and all of them were using their acceleration ability, even though they had started a lot earlier. But the distance between the 2 sides was still shrinking at an astonishing speed. Xing Lingxin was leaning on Long Houchen's Holy Spirit armor. At this moment, his complexion was as pure white as snowflakes in the winter, so pure that there wasn't the slightest trace of blood. The divine light in his eyes was dim, and he had long since lost the elegant demeanor of the exorcist Mountain Pass military chief. However, his eyes were brimming with relief. That's right. Relying on his own strength, he had killed so many demons experts. This was enough for him to be proud of. This wasn't only because of the special ability he used, but more importantly, because of the suddenness. It was a suddenness that the 3 demon gods hadn't noticed. Otherwise, if any one of them had been prepared, his attack wouldn't have had such a big effect. The 72 demon god pillars had a common characteristic, and that was arrogance. Xing Lingxin had dealt with them too many times, so how could he not know? Long Houchen, I really shouldn't have brought you out. If you had left just now, you should have been able to escape. Xing Lingxin's voice began to show a bizarre change. It seemed as if with every word he spoke, his voice became crisp and tender. Long Houchen appeared very calm at this moment. If I hadn't stayed, I'm afraid that you wouldn't even have a trace of life left. That's right. After releasing that kind of terrifying attack, if Xing Lingxin was there alone, then, there would only be one result for him, which is to be torn into pieces by the enraged 3 demon gods. And Long Houchen's existence could obviously buy him some time, even if there wasn't much time left. Xing Lingxin's face revealed a trace of a strange smile. Although I really don't want you to stay. But if you really stay, I'm happy for Brother Long. You're indeed his son, worthy of being the man chosen by Kair. If we can return alive this time, you're my son-in-law, I recognize you. Long Houchen's face turned red. Me and Kair, Xing Lingxin chuckled. The current him seemed to be very relaxed, as if all the burden had been removed. You've already slept on the same bed. Is there still a need to explain anything to me? Long Houchen went blank for a moment. Although he was only 14 years old, but he knew what it meant for a man and a woman to sleep on the same bed. That's right. Me and Kair have actually reached this stage. A trace of warmth rose from the bottom of his heart. Kai is still waiting for me to return. A strong will to survive suddenly erupted from the depths of his heart. He used all his strength to pour his inner spiritual power into Haoyue's body, hoping to help it increase its speed by a bit. At this moment, looking from afar, it could be seen that a ball of green light was running in front, and behind it were 3 huge light pillars chasing. Haoyue's speed had indeed reached the limit. In its rapid running, its speed had even reached the standard of a level 8 demon beast. Although this was still far from enough, it had already completely exceeded its standard. Blood was already oozing out of its 3 nostrils and mouth. If we can return alive, help me say sorry to Kai. Xing Lingxin said softly. I know she hates me, and even hates everyone in the family. But this is fate. When she possesses the reincarnation Saint Maiden's physique, for the future of humanity, this is fate. I can't stop it, and I can't stop grandfather's decision. However, Yanyu and I only have one daughter, and we don't have any other children. This is because we hope to use the love we have for the rest of our lives to make up for the pain she once suffered. Unfortunately, it looks like I won't have the chance. Haochen, do you know? Right now, what I want the most is to hear her call me Daddy. The 3 demon gods were getting closer and closer. 300 meters, 200 meters. They had already entered their attack range. The flaming demon lion and Luoxian let out an earth-shaking roar, his hair and beard standing on end. A circle of red ripples instantly spread out in the air, enveloping Haoyue. Hearing this roar, Long Haochen and Xing Lingxin's bodies shook violently. They felt as though their strength had been completely stripped away by this roar. Just like that, they fell limply onto Haoyue's back, instantly losing consciousness. In the instant before Xing Lingxin fainted, he seemed to have fished out something from his bosom and stuffed it into Long Haochen's breastplate. What was strange was that at this moment, Haoyue actually stopped in his tracks. His rapidly advancing figure slid forward tens of meters at high speed. Then, with his 4 limbs on the ground, he turned around just like that. Little Light and Little Fire's eyes once again emitted their original luster. Their 3 heads straightened at the same time, and within their 3 heads and 6 eyes, a purple glow flickered. At this moment, all the scales on their bodies also turned a demonic purple. Roar! Little Fire, Little Light, and Little Green roared angrily at the same time. Facing the 9th-level flaming demon lion and Luoxian, they actually didn't have the slightest bit of fear. Their roars actually produced a faint purple ring of light that spread out. Compared to the halo released by the flaming demon lion and Luoxian's roar, that faint purple halo could only be considered a drop in the ocean. However, the 6th-level demon beast Haoyue, whose cultivation was equivalent to the 5th level of a human, was facing a 9th-level demon god, the flaming demon lion. What a disproportionate number of enemies this was! However, in the instant that Haoyue let out that furious roar, whether it was the flaming demon lion and Luoxian, the winged ox mad demon Sai Gonggong, or the green goblin riding demon Air, all of them actually did the same thing. Their forward momentum came to a screeching halt. The 3 gigantic demon god pillars that had been charging forward suddenly stopped in the midst of their rapid advance. What a strange scene it was! But they had stopped just like that. If anyone could see the expressions on the faces of the 3 demon gods at this moment, they would definitely discover that their eyes were flickering with bewilderment and uncertainty. They stared fixedly at the purple glow that was gradually dissipating along with the ripples in the air. Haoyue raised his head high, his 3 heads and 6 eyes coldly sweeping a glance at them. Only then did he turn around again and run towards the side. This time, his speed wasn't as fast as before. However, the strange thing was that the 3 demon gods actually didn't chase after him. Instead, their gazes were firmly fixed on Haoyue's departing figure. At this moment, a sharp whistle rang out from the direction of the Exorcist Mountain Pass. One could clearly see several tens of rays of light leaping down from the top of the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Their bodies sparkled with different kinds of light. The person in the lead was emitting a dense gray aura. As he ran, his afterimage unexpectedly stretched over 100 meters behind him. He was like an enormous gray dragon as he charged in the direction of the 3 demon gods. Behind him, the most eye-catching were 10 silver figures. If Long Houchen was still clear-headed, he would have discovered that they were the 10 Temple Knight led by Gaoingjie. They were all wearing Mithril Foundation battle armor, and each of their feet was emitting a silver halo. They didn't even have time to summon their mounts before they rushed out after the gray figure in front of them. There were still 3 figures floating in the sky. Because they were high up in the sky, they couldn't be seen clearly. However, when they appeared, the radiance of the 3 demon god pillars, led by the flaming demon lion and Luoxian, was actually somewhat suppressed. The winged ox mad demon Sai Gonggong and the green goblin riding demon Air both had their gazes fall on Luoxian. Luoxian frowned. "Let's go back first. I hope that what we saw just now was just a misconception." That faint purple aura just now had given them a bone-deep chill. Even though the figure emitting the purple aura was so small, the trembling in their bloodline inheritance was instantly aroused. The 3 demon god pillars gathered together. The 3 demon gods took a step forward, merging into their respective demon god pillars. As their figures rose up, the radiance of the demon god pillars quietly dimmed. Just as the Exorcist Mountain Pass powerhouses rushed forward, the radiance of the 3 demon gods and their demon god pillars simultaneously disappeared. What was left behind was only the 100 or so flaming demon mantises for the Exorcist Mountain Pass powerhouses to vent their anger. Following the appearance of these human powerhouses, no one knew what order the demon army had issued, but the black mass retreated like a receding tide. The pressure on the brilliant Angel Knight regiment decreased. Without their commander's order, they didn't pursue. They maintained their circular formation and slowly retreated, guarding against the demon's next attack. Most of the 100 or so flaming demon mantises died at the hands of the first gray figure. Not a single one of these 6-step demon knights could stop him. In the blink of an eye they turned into corpses. Only the flames on their bodies were still slowly rising. The gray figure finally slowed down, revealing its true appearance. Wasn't this the Temple League's Vice Alliance Master, Assassin Temple's Temple Master, 9th Step hero Xing Yu? At this moment, the lanky Xing Yu's eyes were filled with dense killing intent, but hidden in the depths of that killing intent was a trace of deep worry. His gaze swept around, looking into the distance. Haoyue, who had previously run away, was now slowly running back. It seemed to have consumed a lot of its physical strength. Its running speed wasn't fast, and the radiance on its body had dimmed considerably. Especially the purple color that caused people's hearts to palpitate, it had long since disappeared without a trace. Towards Haoyue, Xing Yu naturally had an impression. Seeing it, even the Assassin Temple's Temple Master, who had seen who knows how much of the world, had his complexion change. The characteristics of Long Houchen's magical beast companion were too obvious. There was no other. Why was it here? 3 great demon gods had appeared on the battlefield. In order to release their strongest fighting strength, they had aroused the might of their demon god pillars. The Exorcist Mountain Pass's walls could naturally see it clearly. Just like what Sheng Lingxin had said, they only needed to buy time for the army to wait for reinforcements. Demons were scheming against humans, but how could humans not be scheming against demons? The strongest person in the Exorcist Mountain Pass was not Sheng Lingxin, who was at the peak of the 7th step. This was the headquarters of the Assassin Temple. True experts would only make a move at the most crucial moment. Thus, when Hero Xing Yu received the news, he immediately rushed over without hesitation. They had been waiting for the demon gods to appear on the battlefield. Although it was very difficult for an individual's strength to change the outcome of a war, assassins were experts in ambushing the enemy's commander. The gray figure stepped into the void, and the next moment it appeared, it was already at Haoyue's side. Seeing the 2 unconscious people on Haoyue's back, Xing Yu felt his heart tighten. One was his grandson, the exorcist Mountain Pass's military chief. But the other was even more important. They were the Night Alliance's flesh and blood. His hands stretched out at the same time, grabbing their wrists. Gentle spiritual power slowly flowed into the two's bodies, nourishing them. He didn't look at his grandson first, but focused his attention on Long Houchen's body. After frowning for a moment, his brows gradually relaxed, and he inwardly sighed in relief. At least this kid was all right. At this moment, the figure in the sky didn't descend. On the ground, the group of Mithril Foundation Knight quickly followed. Gaoingjie also recognized Haoyue. He immediately ran over, practically blurting out, "Why is Houchen here?" He even forgot that he was questioning a powerhouse of the ninth step. Xingyu coldly swept a glance at him, and said in a deep voice, "Let's go back and talk." Chapter 59. As he spoke, he picked up Long Houchen and handed him over to Gaoingjie. He could understand Gaoingjie's feelings. It was clear that this outstanding temple knight was specially sent to follow Long Houchen. If it wasn't for Long Houchen, Knights Templars wouldn't have allowed 10 Mithril Foundation Knight to become the leader of this year's new monster hunters. There had never been such a precedent before. In the eyes of others, this was because there were many outstanding talents in this year's Knights Templars. Only Xingyu knew that the main reason was Long Houchen, the Child of Light. As a result, he handed Long Houchen over to Gaoingjie, letting him confirm Long Houchen's safety was clearly the most important thing. Sure enough, after Gaoingjie handed Long Houchen over, he immediately checked his body's condition. Apart from being weak, there weren't any major problems. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. When Long Houchen and his companions were fighting the demons on the city wall, Gaoingjie was hiding in the dark. As long as Long Houchen wasn't in absolute danger, he wouldn't easily make a move. After Long Houchen and the others returned to their living quarters, Gaoingjie naturally went to rest. Now that he saw him again on the battlefield, how could Gaoingjie not be shocked? There was even a demon god that appeared just now. However, no matter what, Long Houchen wasn't in any major problems, which made his mood much more stable. As for how he came to be on the battlefield, there was still time to investigate when he returned. After Xingyu handed Long Houchen over to Gaoingjie, his expression became even more serious. Compared to Long Houchen's situation, Xing Lingxin's could only be described as terrible. At this moment, Xing Lingxin's face was as white as snow, but strangely, his face revealed a trace of a baby's innocent smile. Seeing this, Xingyu knew what his grandson had done. Coupled with the corpses of the demon god's personal guards on the battlefield, Xingyu could not help but feel a sharp pain in his heart. However, no matter what, at least their grandson was still alive. They were already considered lucky to be stopped by 3 fiend celestials. The 3 demon gods had appeared with the intention of defeating the Radiant Angel Knight Corps in one fell swoop. Even if reinforcements arrived, it would be too late. Once the 3,000-strong Radiant Angel Knight Company clashed head-on with the 3 demon gods and their 300 personal guards, their formation would immediately fall into disarray. There would definitely be a large number of casualties. At this time, the demon army came from behind, and the result was self-evident. However, Xing Lingxin's correct decision had saved the Radiant Angel Knight Company from the fate of certain death. A seemingly incomprehensible defense had ruined the plans of the 3 demon gods. However, if he had not been able to stop the 3 demon gods and buy time for the reinforcements, the result would have remained the same. But Xing Lingxin had unexpectedly relied on his peak 7th rank cultivation to do so. The reason why the 3 demonic gods were chasing after him was because the might of Xing Lingxin's attack was already comparable to a peak type 8 powerhouse. If they could kill such a powerhouse, it would not be inferior to destroying the Radiant Angel Knight. What's more, Xing Lingxin's sudden attack had angered the 3 demon gods. In the end, with the help of Long Houchen and Haoyue, Xing Lingxin had succeeded in accomplishing his goal. However, he himself had completely fallen into a deep coma. At this time, the Radiant Angel Knight Company had already retreated. Under Xing Yu's command, they slowly retreated back to the Exorcist Mountain Pass. And the demon army's siege had also temporarily come to an end. When Long Houchen gradually woke up from his coma, he only felt that his whole body was sore and powerless. The spiritual energy in his body was sluggish, and it was very difficult for him to mobilize it. Houchen, how do you feel? Gao Yingzhe's gloomy voice resounded. Long Houchen's eyes gradually became spirited. I'm fine. Leader, where am I? What about Chief? Propping himself up, Long Houchen immediately found the answer to his question. He was in a spacious room. The sky outside was still dark, and the room's layout was very simple. At this time, there were many people here, including Gao Yingzhe and the other new monster hunters' leaders. Sheng Lingxin was lying on a bed beside him, surrounded by Xing Yu, Lan Yenyu, and 7 or 8 high-ranking officers of the Exorcist Mountain Pass. A great-grandfather? Seeing Xing Yu, Long Houchen couldn't help but cry out in alarm. His cry also shocked the others present. Especially Lan Yenyu. She looked at Long Houchen with an inconceivable expression. Xing Yu nodded to Long Houchen. His face was very grave and stern. It's good that you're fine. Alright, now Long Houchen has also woken up. Yenyu, tell me, what's going on? Why did Long Houchen and Lingxin appear on the battlefield together? Lan Yenyu was clearly very afraid of Xing Yu. Her face became even paler. Looking at her husband, who was deeply unconscious on the bed with a strange smile on his face, her body violently trembled, but she couldn't say a single word. A great-grandfather. I'm the one who wants to go to the battlefield with Uncle. At this time, Long Houchen suddenly opened his mouth and said. Xing Yu stared blankly. Gao Yingzhe and the others couldn't help but stare blankly as well. Xing Yu doubtfully said, You want to go to the battlefield with him? I just asked. At that time, you had just retreated from the battle at the top of the city wall, and after returning to the living quarters, you were called by Lingxin. What reason do you have to go to the battlefield with him? Don't tell me he doesn't know that you are a new member of the Monster Hunters, and how dangerous it is to directly enter the battlefield against the demons. Long Houchen calmly faced everyone, his eyes revealing undisguised admiration, because Uncle Xing knows my identity, and Uncle Xing knows my father, so he is very concerned about my situation. After the battle ended, he specially called me to the top of the city wall. One reason is to encourage me, and the other is to let me follow him to learn how to command an army. Hearing Long Houchen's words, Lan Yenyu couldn't help but reveal a trace of astonishment on her face. No one knew better than her the reason why Xing Lingxin called Long Houchen to the top of the city wall. But at this time, he actually said such words, and from his face, there wasn't the slightest bit of pretense, as if everything he said was from the bottom of his heart. Xing Yu's face darkened, and he said, Houchen, although Lingxin is my grandson, if he has done something wrong, even if he has already died on the battlefield, it still has to be traced back. You don't have to cover up for him. Not to mention him, even I don't know who your father is. This reason of yours isn't brilliant. Long Houchen shook his head and said, A great-grandfather, what I said is the truth. Because I used a skill that my father created, and Uncle Xing happened to recognize this skill, and he even learned it from my father before. So he recognized me. That's why he took care of me. When Long Houchen's words came out, it immediately shocked everyone in the room. What kind of identity was Xing Lingxin? He was the only great-grandson of the 9th stage hero, Xing Yu. With his status and cultivation, he actually wanted to learn a skill from Long Houchen's father? And it was a self-created skill. Who was this Long Houchen's father? Xing Yu's eyes also revealed a trace of curiosity. Who exactly is your father? Long Houchen took a deep breath, lowered his head, and looked at Xing Lingxin, who was still in a deep coma, and said, I can only tell you. Xing Yu nodded, raised his right hand, and a ray of light had already surrounded him and Long Houchen. After a moment, The expression on Xing Yu's face became incomparably strange. He even swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His eyes were filled with shock. No wonder, no wonder. All right, I believe you. Continue speaking. Why did you step onto the battlefield with him? Long Houchen said, I followed Uncle Xing to watch the battle, and he also told me about how he knew my father. He also encouraged me a few words, and then let me go back to rest. Just as I descended the city, I saw Uncle Xing coming down from the city, preparing to lead the brilliant Angel Knight regiment out of the city to fight. So I ran over, wanting to fight shoulder to shoulder with Uncle Xing. Uncle Xing originally didn't agree, but at that time, the army was already like an arrow on the bowstring, and couldn't delay any longer. At that time, he repeatedly urged me to follow him, and then always protect by my side. Nonsense. Gao Yingjie couldn't help but angrily shout, How did I teach you? Obeying orders and commands is a soldier's duty, and this is the battlefield. Do you know how dangerous it is for you to do this? You're completely unfamiliar with the brilliant Angel Knight regiment's fighting style. How could you rashly follow them out? Whether it's because you're in danger or because it affects the entire battlefield, it's an unforgivable crime. Gao Yingjie was so angry that his entire body trembled. If not for the fact that there were so many people present, he really wanted to teach Long Houchen a lesson. Long Houchen lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, Captain. I know I was wrong. Gao Yingjie coldly looked at him and said, Show me your merit token. I want to deduct all the merit points you've already earned. Long Houchen nodded and first took off the Holy Spirit armor on his body. Just as he took off the armor, there was a "pa" sound, and a book fell from his bosom. "HM?" Long Houchen was stunned for a moment, and then he picked up the book. It was a very ordinary-looking book, but on the cover there were 3 large words stamped in gold, grafting flowers on trees. What was this? Long Houchen was absolutely sure that this wasn't something that belonged to him. Seeing this book, Xing Yu and Lan Yinyu were both stunned for a moment. Originally, Lan Yinyu didn't understand why Long Houchen would defend Xing Yu so much, but when she saw this book, even she, as the person involved, began to somewhat believe Long Houchen's words. Xing Yu was also puzzled and said, This book was given to you by Lingxin? Long Houchen scratched his head and said, I don't know. Maybe Uncle Xing stuffed it into my hands after I fainted. Xing Yu let out a long sigh and said, Only now do I completely believe everything you've just said. You brat, you're too disobedient. How could you follow the army to the battlefield? Don't you know that if something happened to you, I'm afraid that those old fellows from the Knights Templars will kill their way here to settle the score with me? As soon as he said this, Lan Yinyu's expression changed greatly, and the other generals were also shocked. Just where did this young man come from? Even if he was the descendant of a 9th-stage powerhouse, he still couldn't make hero Xing Yu this worried, right? Xing Yu turned to Gao Yingjie and said, I think we should forget about deducting his merit points. Takes 2 hands to clap. If I'm not wrong, Lingxin also wanted him to truly step onto the battlefield to gain some experience. The probability of encountering a demon god is very small, otherwise, with Lingxin's cultivation, it would be more than enough to protect him. Fortunately, Long Houchen is also fine. Let's just forget about this matter. If he violates military orders again in the future, it won't be too late to punish him then. Although Gao Yingjie's eyes were still filled with anger, Xing Yu was not only the Assassin Temple's temple master, but also the Temple League's vice leader. Gao Yingjie could not disobey his words, and could only agree with a solemn expression. However, the gaze he looked at Long Houchen was still not kind. Long Houchen looked at him apologetically, and immediately turned to Xing Yu and asked, A great-grandfather, what happened to Uncle Xing? Is his injury serious? Xing Yu sighed and said, He's not injured. Long Houchen looked at him with a puzzled expression. Xing Yu said, Lingxin's injury was caused by the spiritual stove's backlash. Sigh, this child. However, At that time, if he did not use such a skill, I'm afraid it would have been very difficult for you to survive. Long Houchen said with a face full of shame, "It's all my fault, I dragged Uncle Shing down." Gaoingjia finally could not hold it in. "You still know? If not for you, with Brother Shing's cultivation, who could stop him if he wanted to leave? I really don't know what to say about you." Xing Yu looked deeply at Long Houchen and said, "All right, don't always blame him. He was only doing it to kill the enemy, and it was also with good intentions. What's more, he is still young. Do you really think it's as simple as he said?" Based on my understanding of Lingxin, if he had made up his mind to use the spiritual stove of reverting to childhood, he would definitely have let Houchen leave first. But in the end, he survived together with Houchen. This proves that in this war, Houchen played a positive role. "I can also prove this," a sturdy general said in a deep voice. This person was wearing a set of black armor, which was precisely the attire of the brilliant Angel Knight. However, at this time, there was no longer a pair of huge metal wings on his back. "Brother Gao, please don't blame this little brother. It can be said that if it wasn't for this little brother, we really would have been wiped out this time. In my opinion, not only should we not punish him, we should also reward him according to his military contributions. Since he is a member of the Monster Hunters, I think that even rewarding him with 10,000 contribution points wouldn't be too much." Hearing this, the anger on Gao Yingjia's face receded somewhat. He knew the person who spoke. It was the commander of the brilliant Angel Knight Corps, also a rank 7 Temple Knight, but he didn't have a Mithril Foundation armor. At first, we didn't understand why this little brother would follow the chief to the battlefield, but when we faced the Earth Dragon Clan Stealer, this little brother's mount played a crucial role. If possible, I very much hope that he can join our brilliant Angel Knight Corps. At once, the commander recounted Long Houchen's performance on the battlefield, especially how Little Light had consecutively released Eye of Truth to resolve the urgent situation. If it wasn't for this little brother helping us quickly resolve the Earth Dragon Clan Stealer, the demons would definitely have been able to set up even more easily. If we had waited until we were injured before attacking, we might not have been able to return. And the destruction of the Earth Dragon Clan's several thousand stealers ruined their original plan, forcing the 3 demon gods to reveal their daggers and reveal their demon god pillars in advance to attack. In haste, they gave us the chance to return alive. This time, aside from the chief's enormous sacrifice, the second greatest contribution belongs to this little brother. Hearing the commander's words, Gao Yingjia's expression finally changed. He glanced at Long Houchen, but said nothing else. Long Houchen hurriedly said, "I don't dare to claim credit, I violated a military order. I just hope that you can give me another chance, and let me and my companions continue to complete the next trial as new monster hunters. I also don't want any rewards. A great-grandfather, what is this spiritual stove of childhood reversal you mentioned just now? When will Uncle Shing wake up?" He was worried about Xing Lingxin's current condition. In the final moments of the battlefield, Xing Lingxin's words constantly echoed in his ears. He sincerely hoped to help Xing Lingxin and Kai ease the relationship between father and daughter. Xing Yu sighed. The spiritual stove of childhood reversal is ranked 6th among the known spiritual stoves that can be used by assassins, and is currently our exclusive spiritual stove. Its only use is to attack. In terms of attack power, this spiritual stove of childhood reversal can be ranked in the top 3 without a problem. The reason why it's ranked lower is because its side effects are really too big. Looking at the sleeping Xing Lingxin, Xing Yu continued, "The more powerful the spiritual stove, the more powerful the backlash. The spiritual stove of childhood reversal can instantly explode out its own attack power by several times, mixing all the spiritual power and life force in the body with a special method, producing an attack power that far exceeds one's cultivation. The evolution of the spiritual stove of childhood reversal is also very strange. It doesn't evolve with the user's cultivation, but with their age. However, the older they get, the more powerful it is, but the more severe the backlash. Ling Xin being able to return alive is really a miracle. Among the assassins that have the spiritual stove of childhood reversal, he is the only one that can survive after using the power of the stove on the battlefield. The spiritual stove of childhood reversal can only be used once in any state, after which the body will fall into an extremely weak state. Without even half a bit of fighting strength, in a short period of time, he will fall into a coma. This coma will last for 7 days. After 7 days, when he wakes up, he will continue to be weak for a number of days equal to his age. His spiritual power will be completely sealed, and every day, he will recover 1 year of memory and 1 year of cultivation. With Ling Xin's current age, it will take him more than 30 days to completely recover. Adding on the 7 days of coma, it will be a full 40 days. Hearing Xing Yu's words, Long Haochen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He knew that the most severe backlash from a spiritual stove was Kai Er's spiritual stove of samsara, but the backlash from Xing Lingxin's spiritual stove of childhood reversal wasn't small at all. Even his consciousness and memory will be affected by the backlash, unable to recover for a full 40 days. This is really a killing move that can only be used with one's life on the line. Xing Yu said, "Okay, everyone go back to work. Long Haochen, you also go rest. Since Ling Xin gave you the flower grafting wood book, you must properly cultivate it when you go back. Flower grafting wood is a skill, and it is a skill that will gradually increase in effect as your cultivation increases. It can also be considered our Xing family's secret. After you learn it, teach it to Kai Er. Previously, she was unwilling to learn our Xing family's self-created skill. Only if you teach her will she be willing to learn it." "Yes, a great-grandfather," Long Haochen respectfully replied. With a slight thought, he found Haoyue, the great hero who saved him and Xing Lingxin, crawling to the side. However, at this time, Haoyue didn't look weak at all. Instead, he was full of vigor, as if he had endless energy. Long Haochen naturally didn't know that before he and Xing Lingxin were sent back, Haoyue used the fastest speed to clean up the battlefield. Whether it was the dark green dual-bladed demon, the dual-headed demon vulture, or the flaming demons, they were all demons with magic crystals. It could be said that Haoyue ate a big meal. At this time, his stomach was filled with at least 100 magic crystals. Just digesting it would take a while. Only he dared to eat like this. If it was any other demon, eating so many different types of magic crystals, they would be stuffed to death. Bringing Haoyue out, Long Haochen's eyes revealed a trace of relief. It was finally over. How could he tell the truth? That would destroy the relationship between the two temples. Long Haochen also knew his position in the Knights Templars. Looking at the expressions of Gao Yingjie and the other Mithril Foundation Knight, he understood. Even if Xing Yu was a rank 9 powerhouse, he couldn't protect Xing Lingxin and Lan Yinyu in this matter. Even if they weren't Kai Er's parents, Long Haochen wouldn't say the truth at this time. The relationship between the two temples was the most important. After going out, Long Haochen discovered that the place he was previously at wasn't far from the Exorcist Mountain Pass. It was a place that specialized in treating the wounded officers. "Which division are you from? Without a military order, you can't enter the city without permission. Violators will be punished according to military law. Get out of the way." A cold voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Long Haochen's heart suddenly trembled. He hurriedly shouted, "Kai Er, I'm here." At this time, he already saw the direction of the noise. It was their number 1 soldier monster hunters being stopped by a group of patrolling soldiers. Hearing Long Haochen's voice, the originally murderous Kai Er immediately turned around. The green bamboo cane in her hand touched the ground, and with a few leaps, she arrived in front of Long Haochen. "Long Haochen, are you all right?" Kai Er immediately grabbed Long Haochen's arm with both hands, and even quickly touched his body. The others also came over, looking at Long Houchen and Long Houchen, their faces revealing a relieved expression. As it turned out, after Long Houchen was called away by the orderly, he didn't return for a long time. The more Kai thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. Thinking back to the situation with her mother during the day, she finally couldn't help but come out. The others naturally couldn't let her act alone, so they also followed. It's all right, I'm fine. Long Houchen laughed. Kai felt that although Long Houchen was a bit weak, he wasn't injured. The ice-cold aura on her body finally eased, but she tightly held onto Long Houchen's right hand, unwilling to let go. She said in a low voice, "Let's go back." Long Houchen lightly nodded, then turned around to look at Gaoingjie. Gaoingjie said in a low voice, "You guys go back and rest first. Long Houchen, if something like today happens again, I'll disband your monster hunters. Do you understand?" Long Houchen hurriedly stood at attention, giving him a knight's salute. In the treatment room, at this time, only Xing Yu, Lan Yanyu, and the unconscious Xing Lingxin were left. After everyone left, Xing Yu's expression immediately became cold. What exactly happened? The amount of salt this old man has eaten is more than the amount of rice you've eaten. Although Long Houchen covered it up for you, this child doesn't seem to be a liar. When he was making up lies, he didn't dare to look me in the eye. Lan Yanyu lowered her head, worriedly looking at her husband on the bed. Today, I saw Long Houchen and Kai on the same bed. After Lingxin found out, he decided to test this Long Houchen's ability and also to teach him a lesson so that he won't overstep his boundaries. Disgraceful. Xing Yu originally didn't have a good temper. After hearing her explanation, he immediately became angry. Is your brain made of paste? Don't you know that this time, when Kai went to participate in the Monster Hunters competition, this old man personally went with her? If it wasn't for this old man's consent, how could Long Houchen be together with Kai? If it wasn't for this child Long Houchen being sensible today, he would have provoked a conflict between the two temple. Let me tell you, Long Houchen's importance to the Knights Templars is comparable to Kai-Er's importance to the Assassin Temple. Also, this child just told me that he's Long Xingwu's son. Don't tell me you don't know who Long Xingwu is? Lingxin has always idolized Long Xingwu. What do you want me to say about the two of you? Fortunately, nothing happened. If anything happened, not only would you regret it for the rest of your lives, but it would also cause a huge uproar in the alliance. Lan Yanyu listened to Xing Yu's words and couldn't help but be a little stunned. But he and Kai are sleeping on the same bed. And they're so young. Xing Yu coldly said, so what if they're sleeping on the same bed? Isn't it just a matter of time? Don't tell me you're waiting until you get married before you sleep with that little bastard Lingxin? In the entire alliance, aside from Long Houchen, no one else is worthy of my Kai. What's even rarer is that Kai is actually able to accept him. Don't you know what kind of personality Kai has? Even you and I are excluded from her heart. For Long Houchen to be able to enter her heart, he naturally has something extraordinary about him. I only didn't pay attention to Kai for 2 days, and you guys almost caused a huge commotion. Lan Yanyu mournfully said, Grandfather, I'm a mother. As a mother, shouldn't I do something when I see such a young daughter together with a boy? Kai is only 3 years old, and I already lost the chance to love her. I only have this one daughter, but she and I are like strangers. Xing Yu's eyes gradually softened. He sighed and said, there's always a loss when there's a gain. Alright, at least things didn't blow up. Take good care of Lingxin. After saying this, the 9th grade hero turned around and left. When he left Lan Yanyu's sight, a trace of helplessness and bitterness appeared on the lips of this all-powerful old man in the Temple League. That was also his great-granddaughter. However, he had no other choice. In the barracks, at this time, the sky was still dark. Dawn had not yet appeared. After returning to their temporary home, Long Houchen didn't even have time to say anything before he hugged Kai and fell into a deep sleep. Everything that Kai originally wanted to ask him also melted in his arms. If one were to ask Long Houchen how he felt about the previous battle, his answer would only be 4 words: "It's good to be alive." Demon Camp. Unlike human camps, demons to a certain extent were more similar to demonic beasts. There was a clear hierarchy, but the management was not meticulous. Hundreds of thousands of demon army were stationed in the plains. Due to the lack of resources and the demons themselves not doing production, only the strong demons of the 4th grade and above had the qualifications to live in tents. Even so, most of the tents were very shabby. 6,000 years ago, the 72 demon pillars suddenly descended and infected a large number of natives that originally belonged to this continent. They launched a war of aggression. As the saying goes, those who are not of the same race must have a different heart. The demons adopted a completely reckless strategy of killing and plundering. After thousands of years of war, humans established the Temple League and gradually gained a foothold. After relying on a few natural barriers to fight against the demons gradually discovered their own problems. Among the demons, the higher the level of the demons, the slower the reproduction rate. However, the low-level demons like the dual-bladed demons had a surprisingly fast reproduction rate, almost the same as humans. Moreover, the dual-bladed demons only needed 3 years at most to reach adulthood. The demons had killed too many humans. In addition to humans, some of the natives of the Holy Demon Continent were directly destroyed. Under such circumstances, when the war situation on the continent stabilized, the demons were at a loss to find that there was no food to continue. In desperation, the demons could only gather the surviving humans together, planting food and herding livestock for them. The survival of a race must first fill their stomach. Naturally, they gave up on other aspects. However, although the demons' territory was large, they had killed too many humans. Most of the surviving humans also ran to the Temple League. There were too few humans they could find. Therefore, they had to give up the development of other industries and focus on food. The current status of humans in the demons' territory was completely different from that of the past. It was even higher than the low-level demons. They even had the right to command the low-level demons to assist in the production of food. The demons continuously waged war against the Temple League for 2 main purposes. One was to plunder as much human population as possible, and the other was to digest their excessive population, especially the low-level demons. However, in the past 6,000 years, the 6th great temple of humans had completely established a foothold. Although they were still at a disadvantage compared to the 72 demon pillars, they relied on some natural barriers to form a natural moat, coupled with some powerful weapons made from the crystallization of human wisdom, to withstand the attacks of the demons again and again. The demons hated defensive weapons like the magic cannon, but there was nothing they could do. They didn't have the production and manufacturing capabilities at all. If it weren't for the 72 demon pillars being too powerful, perhaps the advantage between humans and demons would have been reversed. However, up until now, the demons still had the initiative, and humans still didn't dare to send troops to the east to recover their lost land. Without the natural moat barrier, humans were still no match for the demons. At the core of the demon camp, there were 3 huge tents. Each one was 10 meters tall, and the circular tents had a diameter of at least 30 meters. Among the demons, only the demon gods could live in them. It could be considered luxurious. At this moment, in the huge tent in the middle, the atmosphere was somewhat gloomy. Flaming Lion Demon Unluo sat in the middle, and on his sides were Winged Bull Demon Sai Gong and Green Demon Riding Demon Air. Although these 3 demon gods were ranked outside the top 50, they still played an important role in the demons. However, at this moment, their faces were gloomy, and their eyes were even filled with deep worry. Winged Bull Demon Sai Gong suddenly lifted the huge metal table in front of him, making a loud bang. I was really stupid at that time. I should have captured him. Wouldn't everything be solved if we sent him to His Majesty? Capture him? You or me? Or the lion demon? The handsome green demon riding demon heir snorted coldly. Hearing this, the seemingly boorish Sai Gong instantly fell silent, and a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. Enluo waved his hand and said, "All right, there's no point in saying all this. This news is too shocking. If that person really came to this world, even if he hasn't recovered his strength, we can't easily come into contact with him. I hope we're just worrying for nothing. After all, that person shouldn't be able to cross planes, otherwise." At this point, the same fear appeared in his eyes. Sai Gong panted heavily and said, "Then what should we do?" Flaming Lion Demon Enluo suddenly stood up. "We won't be able to come to a conclusion here. How about this, the two of you stay here to command the army and continue to launch feint attack. Send more races below the 3rd level to charge forward, but don't start a big battle. At the same time, strengthen the defenses of the camp. I'll immediately return to Demonic City to see His Majesty the Demon Emperor and ask him to make a decision." Green Demon riding demon heir nodded and said, "That's the only way." A moment later, a thunderous sound of horse hooves rang out in the demon camp, and a ball of red light galloped toward the east. Early morning. The soldier level 1 monster hunters didn't dawdle in bed because they slept late last night. With their cultivation, they only needed to rest for 1 or 2 hours to meditate and focus, and they would be able to recover as long as they weren't injured. Just as everyone got up and washed up, 2 of the soldiers who passed orders to Long Houchen yesterday arrived. However, this time they didn't pass orders, but brought their breakfast. Is the treatment in the military camp this good? Breakfast is even delivered to the barracks? Lin Xian asked curiously. The soldier who delivered the food put down the food box and said with a smile, "In view of everyone's outstanding performance at the top of the city wall yesterday, the higher-ups have decided to provide everyone with food according to the standards of priests." With that, he turned around and left. Soldiers of different professions in the Temple League had different food. This wasn't discrimination, but it was mainly due to the different physical conditions of people of different professions. For example, the food that warriors and assassins ate couldn't be the same. Warriors had to have endurance and be strong, but assassins couldn't eat too much fat and staple food. They had to maintain their body's lightness. Priests, magicians, and summoners, on the other hand, ate better food. What they consumed was spiritual energy, so they had more precise requirements for nutrition. Among them, priests had the best food because their bodies were usually the weakest. Of course, there were exceptions to everything. For example, the few people in front of them seemed to belong to the category of exceptions. Of course, everyone wouldn't stand on ceremony when there was good food. After washing up, they immediately sat together and started eating. Chapter 60. The breakfast in the food box could not be said to be delicacies, but it was very plentiful. There were 2 kinds of low-level magical beast eggs, which everyone could get. There were also fragrant, piping hot steamed buns. There was meat soup, vegetables, and even fruit. Last night's consumption was not small, and they were all young people. In a short while, all the food was swept away. Among the 7 of them, only Kai and Chen Inger ate a bit less. The other people's appetites were no less than adult warriors. The bald priest Sima Xian patted his chest with a satisfied look. "I wonder when I can go to the battlefield again. I haven't had enough yesterday." Long Houchen said, "Oh yes, let's distribute the merits." "Merits? Commander, you went to the battlefield again yesterday?" Lin Xian asked curiously. It was already very late when they returned yesterday. Long Houchen let everyone rest first, and did not talk about his experience. Long Houchen looked at Kair beside him and said, "Yes. Yesterday I was called by the military chief, and then went to the battlefield with him." Hearing this, Kair clearly frowned. Long Houchen did not intend to hide it from Kair, because he did not want to lie to Kair, even if it was a white lie. However, the same thing, said in different ways, the listener's feelings would be very different. The military chief is actually Kyr's father. Yesterday, Auntie saw me on the bed with Kyr, and after she went back, she must have told the military chief. That's why I was called to go at night. Kyr grabbed Long Houchen's hand, and her tone showed that she was nervous. Long Houchen smiled and said, "Look at me now, do I look like I'm in trouble? Let me finish what I have to say. In the beginning, Uncle Sheng was very rude to me, and only let me follow him to lead the Radiant Angel Knight team to the battlefield. But in the battle, Uncle Sheng recognized one of the skills I used. It turns out that he and my father are old friends. Later, I fought alongside Uncle Saint and learned many things. Uncle Sheng even gave me a skill book." The others were a little puzzled. Long Houchen's description of the process was too simple. Kyr looked up. "Is that all?" Long Houchen said, "Later, when we faced a strong enemy, Uncle Sheng used the spiritual stove of youth reversal to protect me. Although he returned safely, he is still unconscious." While saying these words, Long Houchen had been watching Kyr's expression change. What made his heart sink was that when Kyr heard that Sheng Lingxin had fainted, she didn't say anything. "I killed some demons on the battlefield, so I should have accumulated some merit points. I'll distribute them to everyone." In front of everyone, Long Houchen didn't say anything about the Holy Spirit heart. He knew that the knot in Kyr's heart was hard to untie, so he couldn't be too hasty. Moreover, this was her private matter. Wang Yuanyuan said doubtfully, "There's no need for that. These are all obtained by yourself, not by everyone killing enemies together." Long Houchen laughed and said, "Our team is in the middle of breaking in. I was the one who suggested splitting the merit points, so how can I not set an example? If it wasn't for Lin Xian's pills, I might not have been able to come back alive. Let's split evenly. In the future, if there's someone who needs merit points, will we not help him? I feel that through this trial, our teamwork in battle is important, but what's more important is the camaraderie between us. We are partners, just like brothers and sisters. Although merit points are good, they can only be used when they are needed the most. Isn't it best for the 7 of us to share the merit points?" As he said this, he took out the merit testing gem to check his merit points. When Long Houchen distributed the merit points to everyone was a little dumbfounded because it was really too much. When the 7 of them had fought together, each of them had only received 20 or so merit points. But this time, Long Houchen had given each of them 50 or so merit points. In the end, everyone's merit points had reached 73. Seeing everyone's strange expressions, Long Houchen laughed and said, "I followed Uncle Sheng and picked up scraps. I killed about a dozen dark green dual-bladed demons to get this much merit point. I reckon that we are definitely the team with the most merit points now. You guys didn't see how powerful Uncle Sheng's spiritual stove of youth reversal was. In an instant, it killed more than 100 strong 5th and 6th level demons." Chen Inger laughed and said, "That's great. Meat pies fell from the sky so early in the morning. I'm in a good mood. There's delicious food and merit point. Captain, it's really good to follow you." Sima Xian laughed and said, "Inger is right. Long Houchen, I was originally only convinced by your strength, but now I'm also convinced by your character. You deserve to be the captain. It seems like we won't have a chance to go up the city wall now. What should we do now?" Long Houchen said, "Everyone should cultivate on their own. I'll help everyone test the value of their internal and external spiritual power." Monitoring everyone's internal and external spiritual power was very necessary. Gao Yingjie had told Long Houchen that the higher one's cultivation, the more it was necessary to monitor and form a good team habit. This way, it was convenient for the whole team to allocate resources. For example, if there was a member who was close to a breakthrough, if the team could spend money to buy a suitable medicinal pill for him, they could save a lot of time and increase the strength of the whole team. Very soon, the test results were out. In descending order, Wang Yuanyuan's external spiritual power was ranked first with a whopping 524. Among the fifth-step warriors, this was an extremely terrifying number. In second place was Kai with 446. Long Haochen's external spiritual power was 396, Sima Xian's was 362, and Han Yu's was 275. As for the two magic-related people, their external spiritual power wasn't even 100. When it came to internal spiritual power, Kai was impressively ranked first with an internal spiritual power of 2,590. This was already the standard of the third level of the fifth step. Coupled with her reincarnation daughter's physique, even without considering the extremely harsh spiritual stove of samsara, she was still the strongest among everyone. In second place was Lin Xian with an internal spiritual power of 2,385, followed by Han Yu with 2,270. Wang Yuanyuan had 2,160, and the fifth was Long Haochen's turn with 2,095. Although his internal spiritual power was only ranked fifth, his actual fighting strength was second only to Kai. Moreover, he had broken through during the Monster Hunter's trials. The speed of his internal spiritual power's improvement was quite astonishing. After all, after the fifth step, the internal spiritual power's improvement was obviously slower. In sixth place was Sima Xian with 1,920, and Chen Ying was at the bottom with 1,850. Recently, the two had been using the essence-gathering pill to cultivate, and the improvement was quite obvious. Looking at the spiritual power of themselves and their partners, everyone's eyes finally focused on Kai. Everyone expected Kai-er's internal spiritual power to be the first, but her external spiritual power was actually more than 400, which was higher than Sima Xian and Long Haochen before they went berserk. What kind of strength was this? Moreover, Kai should be the youngest among them. Long Haochen recorded everyone's current spiritual power situation in detail, and said, "Okay, everyone, start cultivating. But don't consume too much, so that you can be deployed to battle at any time." Lin Xian had just obtained the dark green dual blade demon and beta flying demon's corpses yesterday, and it was just the right time to make medicine. On the battlefield, one could imagine the speed of consumption of medicine. Moreover, it was a good life-saving item. Although he didn't know how to attack, his contribution and importance to the monster hunters were not lower than anyone else. Naturally, he had to play to his greatest advantage. Most of the others chose to cultivate spiritual power, especially Sima Xian and Chen Ying. They didn't have liquid spiritual power yet, so they needed to improve in this aspect the most. Long Haochen pulled Kai back to their own bed. Long Haochen whispered, "Kai, aren't you going to see Uncle Sheng?" Kai was a little quiet, but in the end, she still shook her head. "I know about the spiritual stove of childhood reversal, he will be fine. I'm going to cultivate first." As she spoke, she had already climbed onto the bed and sat down to cultivate with her eyes closed. Looking at her with pity, Long Haochen sat opposite her, but he didn't cultivate spiritual power. Instead, he took out the flower graft book that Sheng Lingxin gave him and read it carefully. This book that recorded the flower graft skill was very thin, only 7 or 8 pages. Long Haochen read very carefully, and gradually, a touch of surprise appeared on his handsome face. Flower graft was very strange. Although it was called a skill, it was more like a method of using spiritual power. The skill itself didn't have any attack or defense abilities. But it was very practical. The so-called flower graft was actually a special ability to store other skills in one's body. After using this skill, one could store any skill that one could use in one's body, which was equivalent to storing spiritual power. After storing, one could instantly use the skill at any time. But while storing, one had to be in a half-meditative state, at least the body couldn't move, let alone fight. After storing it, the skill must be released within 2 hours, otherwise the accumulated spiritual power would dissipate on its own. After storing, the skill wouldn't continue to consume spiritual power, nor would it affect the recovery of spiritual power. With a flower graft, it could be said that the profession could instantly release their strongest skill at any time. However, flower graft also had its limitations. First of all, it was only suitable for warriors, assassins, and knight. Magicians, priests, and summoners were useless. At the same time, a flower graft was more suitable for those skills that needed spiritual power to burst out, and not suitable for skill-based skills. For example, Long Houchen's battle-killing revolving sword couldn't be stored through flower graft. Battle-killing revolving sword needed the perfect combination of spiritual power and skill. But a skill like the Holy Sword was very suitable. After Long Houchen finished reading the entire skill book, he pondered for a moment and came up with several possibilities. If used well, flower graft could become a life-saving skill. It was indeed a first-class secret skill. Moreover, it was a self-created skill, and the creator was the ninth-step hero, Xing Yu. The barracks was very quiet, with only the occasional fluctuation of the fire attribute and a slight noise. That was the sound of Lin Xin refining pills. Everyone else was immersed in meditation. In this exorcist mountain pass, they would have to face the demon army at any time, so everyone understood the importance of increasing their strength. With pressure came motivation, and with pressure, it could stimulate one's potential. The number 1 soldier level monster hunters slowly improved under this pressure. What surprised Long Houchen was that the side effect of the spirit explosion pill only lasted for about 12 hours before the feeling of weakness gradually disappeared, and not the 24 hours Lin Xin said. This should be related to his constitution. The tranquility of cultivation continued all the way until the afternoon. After eating a similarly sumptuous lunch, everyone cultivated on their own for less than 2 hours before the barracks door was knocked open. An order directly subordinate to the Exorcist Mountain Pass military headquarters was transmitted over. A moment later, Long Houchen led the number 1 soldier-level monster hunters to meet the other 9 new monster hunters. What was the point of gathering all the newly promoted demon hunt squads that had come to train together? It wasn't only Long Houchen who was puzzled. The 60 young experts from the 6 great temples all had similar thoughts. After all, they had just entered the infantry barracks for a day. How could there be a change in the arrangements? In fact, there really was a change. And this change was mainly caused by 2 aspects. The first was the performance of the 10 new monster hunters in yesterday's battle on the city wall. The new monster hunters had never come to the Exorcist Mountain Pass to train before, and this was the first time. Therefore, from the Sacred Spirit Heart onwards, the Exorcist Mountain Pass commanders hadn't thought of the most suitable arrangement for them. As a result, they decided to let them first go to the most difficult infantry barracks to train, temper, and sharpen their spirit. The result shocked the officers and soldiers of the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Yesterday, when the 10 new monster hunters were assigned to defend the city, they displayed a fighting strength that far exceeded the Exorcist Mountain Pass commander's original estimation, causing the losses of the infantry barracks to be less than a fifth of the usual. It must be known that an infantry barracks only had 6 more people, that's all. It was no wonder that the Exorcist Mountain Pass commander was shocked. The overall strength of this batch of new monster hunters was indeed the strongest in the last 100 years. Not to mention others, whether it was Yang Wenjiao, Long Houchen, Kaier, Duan Yi, Huang Yi, and the others, if placed in the previous batches, they would definitely be the champions. Just this batch of Knights Templars had produced 5 5th-rank knight. And the other reason was because of Long Houchen. Although Long Houchen covered up the real situation for Xing Lingxin, his performance on the battlefield was seen by all the Radiant Angel Knight Regiments, Knight Regiment, as well as the Knight Thorns Assassins. Now, the Radiant Angel Knight Regiment's commander had already asked the general who temporarily replaced Xing Lingxin as the military chief for a day. He requested that Long Houchen, and it would be best if Long Houchen's entire regiment was transferred to the Radiant Angel Knight Regiment. Last night, if not for Haoyue's true sight, perhaps not even half of the Radiant Angel Knight Regiment would have returned. In the army, the most important thing wasn't an individual's strength, but rather an individual's assistance to the army on the battlefield. No matter how strong a person was, no matter how many enemies you killed, if your comrades all died in the end, you still wouldn't be an outstanding soldier. Last night, when Sheng Lingxin had erupted, he had used the spiritual stove of youth reversal to annihilate a large number of powerful enemies. That was when Long Houchen had turned tail and run with him. He had forcefully snatched Sheng Lingxin's life back in front of the three great demon gods. At that time, everything had happened too quickly. After returning, because of Hero Xing Yu's existence, the group of generals didn't say anything. But after thinking about it again, it could be said that Long Houchen had made two great contributions. Long Houchen was the champion of this batch's new Monster Hunters individual competition. Naturally, he was also the representative of this batch's new Monster Hunters. His outstanding performance had also allowed all the members of Monster Hunters to receive the true attention of the Exorcist Mountain Pass military. Leaving these elites in the infantry camp was definitely overkill. That was why there was a change. They had to be assigned new tasks. As the captain of the number 1 soldier grade Monster Hunters, when Long Houchen arrived with his team, the other people's gazes naturally fell on him. Yang Wenjiao's gaze immediately fell on Chen Ying. Chen Ying, however, held on to Wang Yuanyuan's arm and didn't even look at him. "Hello, Brother Yang." Long Houchen took the initiative to greet Yang Wenjiao. Although the two of them had a very strong competitive relationship, they were both well-known figures of the younger generation of Knights Templars. This kind of competition was benign. Yang Wenjiao faintly smiled and said, "Brother Long, how was it? How was yesterday's harvest?" He was naturally asking about the contribution. Long Houchen smiled and said, "Not bad." While saying that, he also greeted the other new Monster Hunters captains. Among the 10 new Monster Hunters teams, only the number 2, 3, and 4 teams were qualified to compete with them for the first place in the team competition. Although the remaining 6 Monster Hunters teams were also very outstanding, there was a big gap between them and the top 4 teams. The tall Duan Yi was the most steady person. After greeting Long Houchen, he didn't say anything else. The captain of the number 4 soldier grade Monster Hunters was the grade 5 priest. Although he wasn't familiar with Long Houchen, he was familiar with Lin Xian. She had already walked over and chatted with Long Houchen about the battle that day. It was obvious that in the battle yesterday, Long Houchen's team wasn't the only one who performed well. The number 2, 3, and 4 new Monster Hunters teams were also very strong. Their overall lethality even surpassed that of Long Houchen's team. After all, the magicians and summoners on Long Houchen's team didn't have their original roles. In terms of overall lethality, they weren't necessarily the strongest among the new Monster Hunters. At this time, several generals of the Exorcist Mountain Pass and the 10 captains walked over. The members of the Monster Hunters immediately quietened down and returned to their respective teams. Walking at the very front was a general that Long Houchen had seen yesterday, but he didn't know his name. Gao Yingjie walked with him and arrived in front of the 10 Monster Hunters teams. "Hello everyone, I am Gu Jin, a general under the command of Chief Saint. First of all, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to everyone's outstanding performance in the battle yesterday. The soldiers of the Exorcist Mountain Pass will always remember everything you have done for the Exorcist Mountain Pass." Hearing General Gu Jin's words, the young Monster Hunters couldn't help but reveal excitement in their eyes. For these young elites under the age of 25, obtaining the recognition of the military was extremely important. This was related to their evaluation of the trial this time. It was also related to the merit points that each team would obtain in the end. For Demon Hunt squads, contribution points were really too important. With enough contribution points, they could learn even more powerful secret skills and exchange for even better equipment. Naturally, they could also accept some more difficult missions with more merit points, constantly improving themselves. Currently, there was a gap between the various Monster Hunters teams, but who could say for sure in a few years? In history, there were many famous and powerful Monster Hunters teams that were unknown when they were formed. Gu Jin said, in view of everyone's formidable strength and outstanding performance. The Exorcist Mountain Pass's military has decided that from now on, everyone will be entrusted with some military missions. While speaking, a soldier behind him had already raised a military map. The sky gradually turned dark. Compared to yesterday, the demons' offensive today had weakened by a lot. There were basically no powerful demons participating in the siege. Those that rushed over were only cannon fodder. Although they could bring some losses to the Exorcist Mountain Pass, they were far from being able to shake the foundation. Under the cover of the pitch-black curtain of night, the Exorcist Mountain Pass's city gate quietly opened a crack. Then, one figure after another, they nimbly slipped out of the crack and quietly left under the cover of the night. There weren't many people in this group, adding up to less than 100 people. When the city gate quietly closed, it was as if nothing had happened. They were naturally the 10 newly promoted monster hunters that had received a mission from the Exorcist Mountain Pass's military. These were the young elites of the 6th Great Temple that had formed this small team. Soldier rank number 1 Monster Hunters' leader, Long Haochen, was the temporary captain. Yang Wenzhao and Duan Yi were the vice-captains, responsible for commanding the entire team. The mission this time wasn't complicated. It was to attack the demons' logistics supplies. According to the information sent by the scouts, tomorrow at dawn, there would be a demon's grain transport team delivering supplies to the demon camp. Their mission was to destroy the demon's supplies on the spot. Outside the Exorcist Mountain Pass, the terrain was mainly plains and hills. Wanting to hide their small team of 61 people wasn't a difficult matter. And because the terrain was too open, it was impossible for the demon army to completely block the Exorcist Mountain Pass. Therefore, although this mission seemed dangerous, it wasn't difficult at all. After all, the Exorcist Mountain Pass would rarely send troops to attack the demons' grain transport teams. This time, it could be considered as catching them off guard. Under the cover of the night, the 61 people quietly advanced along the side of the Exorcist Mountain Pass until they reached the foot of the Exorcist Mountain Range. Then, they took a detour from the north side, quietly surveying the demon camp from afar. Everyone had changed into black nocturnal clothes, and their clothes were light. Even if they were magicians, with the help of levitation, their speed wasn't slow. The summoners and priests also received the magician's levitation to reduce their consumption as much as possible. In just over an hour's time, they had already bypassed the front line of the demon army's 20 li alliance. After circling another 10 li, the priest's eye of truth and the magician's appraisal eyes continuously scouted to ensure that there were no demon scouts. The knights summoned their mounts, and the summoners also summoned their magic beasts. The 61 people small team sped up with all their strength, heading towards the rear of the demon camp. Long Haochen and his soldier rank 1 monster hunter's companions were at the forefront. Long Haochen, Chen Inger and Lin Xian, the 4 of them were on Haoyue's back. There was no way around it. Chen Inger, the summoner, wasn't reliable. She couldn't summon a suitable mount. However, Haoyue was more than 4 meters long, so the 4 of them didn't feel crowded. Lin Xian used the levitating wood to greatly reduce the weight of the 4 of them, so it wouldn't cause too much trouble for Haoyue. Wang Yuanyuan, Sima Xian, and Han Yu followed behind. With their external spiritual power, they could persist even if they ran for a day. Moreover, Lin Xian's levitation would also help them from time to time. The other monster hunters also had their own methods. After all, everyone's cultivation was at least grade 4 or above. Their overall speed was no slower than a light cavalry team. Yang Wenjiao led his soldier rank 2 monster hunters at the back of the team. The group moved forward in silence. 4 hours later, they had stopped behind a hill about 300 li away from the demon camp. Long Haochen gathered the leaders of the monster hunters together, spread out the map, and scanned the surroundings with the magician's appraisal eyes. That's right, it's here. According to the intelligence, this road is the only way for the demon's grain transport team, said Long Haochen in a low voice, pointing to a relatively flat dirt road at the bottom of the hill. Yang Wenjiao nodded. There's still more than 2 hours before daybreak. I think we should send a few people out to scout. The others stay here and wait for an ambush. Long Haochen said, it's better to send demonic beasts instead of people. Which team's summoner has the ability to summon flying demonic beasts? Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. After all, this was their first time working together, and it was a military operation. There was no tacit understanding between them. Yang Wenjiao slapped his forehead. Liao Yu from our team will do. You're really thoughtful. I'll ask him to send flying demonic beasts out to scout. Also, keep the magician's appraisal eyes on the surroundings. Yang Wenjiao gave a few simple instructions to Liao Yu. After a while, a few small flying demonic beasts quietly rose into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Duan Yi said, according to the intelligence, there are about 3,000 demons in the grain transport team this time. Most of them are low-level demons. Specifically, how should we attack when the time comes? Long Haochen frowned slightly. He looked at everyone and said, what suggestions does anyone have? Please speak. Lu Shi said, I think it's better to coordinate. First, the magician will attack, then the knight, warrior, and summoner will attack together. The assassin will be responsible for working together to assassinate the enemy's leader. Our priest will be responsible for the overall situation. This Lu Shi was the leader of Monster Hunters No. 4. She was also the leader of Lin Xian's team and the only grade 5 priest. Hearing this, Long Haochen and Yang Wenjiao unconsciously frowned, while Duan Yi showed a contemplative look. The other Monster Hunters leaders also had their own thoughts, but none of them took the initiative to express their own opinions. I don't think this is appropriate, Long Haochen said. Huh. Lu Shi looked at Long Haochen with some surprise. He was 24 years old this year. He participated in this year's Monster Hunters trials under the age limit, so he was considered one of the older people. He still admired Long Haochen's strength, but Long Haochen looked too young. Not only Lu Shi, but the other Monster Hunters leaders also did not approve of him being the leader of this operation. Long Haochen said, Commander Lu, if this kind of fighting method is used by the army, there is naturally no problem. But we are not the army. The main problem is that we are not familiar with each other. In this case, facing thousands of enemies, it will be difficult for us to achieve the set goal. Although this place is hundreds of miles away from the demon camp, the demons have air forces. After discovering that the grain transport team here is attacked, their air forces will definitely set off as soon as possible. As long as we are delayed, it will be difficult to complete this mission. Lu Shi frowned slightly and said, Then what do you think we should do? Long Haochen said, Each monster hunters will fight their own battles and rush into the enemy camp from different positions. The grain transport team will definitely advance in a long snake formation, stretching the front line. Our demon hunt squads, after these days of familiarizing themselves with each other on the road as well as yesterday's battle on the battlefield, have at least established an initial level of tacit understanding. Attacking from different positions will not interfere with each other, and each team will be able to exert the greatest combat power. As long as the enemy grain transport team is cut off, and then set fire to each side, it will definitely cause greater losses to the demons in a short period of time. Buy as much time as possible. Lu Shi said in a deep voice, But have you thought about it? In this way, each of us monster hunters may face the siege of the enemy strong. Each monster hunters only has 6 people. What will we do if we encounter danger in this situation? Long Houchen said confidently, we can't rule out such a situation. When the time comes, each team can only look out for each other and help each other as much as possible. Furthermore, with the overall strength of each team, even if we encounter a Type 7 powerhouse, we should be able to resist for a while. And the possibility of the grain transport team having a Type 7 powerhouse is extremely low. More importantly, please don't forget that this is a trial. What we need to do is to complete the mission as much as possible, and it can even be said that we need to obtain as many merits as possible. Protecting our own safety is important, but this mission also belongs to our team leader. To be able to become a member of the Monster Hunters, everyone was intelligent, and with the last sentence of Long Houchen, everyone immediately understood. Lu Shi's eyes revealed a look of understanding, and she looked at Long Houchen meaningfully, but did not raise any more doubts. In his heart, however, he was secretly shocked. This Long Houchen might not be old, but his thoughts were quite meticulous, and he was steady and wise in his answers. More importantly, he had found the key point of this trial. That was to complete the mission and obtain merits as much as possible. Without a doubt, Long Houchen's arrangement was the most beneficial to this goal. Everyone was a member of the Monster Hunters, and everyone hoped to obtain as many merits as possible. If they were to act together, it was very likely that they would be held back due to being in different teams. Although Long Houchen did not say it explicitly, Lu Shi naturally thought of this point. As for the Monster Hunters, there would not be such a problem if they fought on their own. Although they were separated, it seemed like their strength was also scattered. After all, every Monster Hunter was a team of all professions, and their survivability was extremely strong, and they would fight wholeheartedly for their own Monster Hunters. Furthermore, the 10 team leaders did not follow them out on the surface, but would they allow their own Monster Hunters to be destroyed? The eyes of the team leaders lit up, and everyone was eager to give it a try. Now, what they were thinking about was how to lead their members to kill as many demons as possible. I agree with Long Houchen's suggestion. Yang Wenjiao was the first to raise his hand. Duan Yi nodded slightly. I agree as well. Lu Shi took a deep breath. I agree. The 4 of them had reached a consensus, and the other team leaders also understood Long Houchen's intention. The battle plan was immediately approved. Next, it was time to arrange some details. There was also a difference in the strength of the 10 Monster Hunters. Long Houchen arranged the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th teams of Monster Hunters evenly on the battle line. This way, they could rescue the weaker Monster Hunters nearby. The 10 Monster Hunters quietly separated and arranged in a hilly area about 2 miles away. The specific order was like this. Soldier level 5 Monster Hunters were at the front, followed by Long Houchen's team number 1 Monster Hunters, followed by number 6, 2, 7, 3, 8, and 4, and at the back were number 9 and 10 Monster Hunters. These 2 Monster Hunters were relatively close to each other, and number 4 Monster Hunters, who was closest to them, was also the strongest team in terms of healing ability. Such a temporary team, under the quick arrangement of several team leaders, was considered to be in order. Each of them rested in place, quietly waiting for the arrival of the mission goal. The dark sky gradually turned dark blue, and birds flew back from afar. Soon, the Monster Hunters received the news that the information was accurate. The Demon's grain transport team was coming this way, and would arrive in about half an hour. There were about 3,000 of them. The double-blade demons and demon-eye warlocks were the main ones. All the Monster Hunters began to prepare, quietly looking to the east. When the first ray of dawn appeared in the distant east, a long team also appeared in everyone's sight. 8 Zhe Lin clan's dual-blade demons were pulling a huge cart, slowly heading in their direction. The detection eyes of the magicians of each team began to work. There were about 200 carriages in the team, all pulled by double-blade demons. There were also some strong double-blade demons and demon-eye warlocks guarding at the side. There were only about 1,000 demons in charge of guarding the grain team. Long Houchin, there's nothing wrong with the overall observation, but there's a grain transport carriage at the front of the team that seems a bit weird. Lin Xian used the detection eyes to observe, while whispering to Long Houchin. Lin Xian didn't know how to attack, but no one among the monster hunters could beat him in terms of support magic. His detection eyes were much more detailed. Oh? What's weird? Long Houchin hurriedly asked. Lin Xian said, the other grain transport carriages left deep marks on the ground, but only that one left a very shallow mark. More importantly, there were 6 demon eye warlocks on both sides of the carriage, who were a size taller than normal demon eye warlocks, and 4 dark green double-blade demons guarding it. There seems to be something important there. According to the current arrangement, this carriage will be within our attack range. I'm afraid it'll be more troublesome. Long Houchin nodded slightly. 6 powerful demon eye warlocks and 4 dark green double-blade demons were indeed a powerful force. Sima Xian's eyes were already filled with fighting spirit. Who cares, we'll kill them. Wang Yuanyuan rubbed her divine soul shield. Although she didn't say anything, she immediately took out her 3 crystals and looked at Long Houchin, waiting for his decision. Chapter 61. Long Houchin narrowed his eyes and held Kai Er's hand beside him. Since they have something to protect, the first thing we have to do is to get rid of the guards of this carriage. General Gu Jin said that they rarely attack the demons' grain transport team because the demons have a flying legion with extremely fast reactions. Once they attack, it's not easy to retreat. Under such circumstances, the demons still sent 10 powerhouses above grade 5 to guard the carriage. The thing inside the carriage is probably not ordinary. We are soldier level number 1 monster hunters, so we'll take care of this tough bone. Lin Xian, Han Yu, you guys do a good job in defense and support. If we can't fight them, immediately cover everyone's retreat. The rest of you, don't have any scruples. Attack with all your might. Listening to Long Houchin's words, Wang Yuanyuan had already installed the crystal in her hand into the divine giant soul shield without hesitation. Long Houchin, Sima Xian, and Wang Yuanyuan, the 3 strongest combatants, each took out a Jasper body protection pill and a spiritual explosion pill and held them between their fingers. Hao Yue quietly crawled beside Long Houchin. His 3 big heads looked very calm, but if one looked closely, one would find that the gaze in his eyes was obviously sharper, and his pupils were more crystal clear. He had eaten so many demons' magic crystals last night. Although he had only digested a part of them, it was already of great benefit to his growth. The demons' grain transport team gradually approached. The monster hunters lying in ambush on the hills also became very quiet, but there was a faint murderous aura. The grain transport team's speed was quite fast. In the demons' territory, there were no longer any creatures like horses, because they had become food for the various races of demons. Demons were strong and bred very quickly. This kind of demons with only the lowest level of intelligence naturally had many uses, such as pulling the carriage in front of them. Not only were they hard-working, but they were also strong. The 8 demons pulled the carriages at a very fast speed. The front of the team gradually passed by. The other 9 monster hunters were quietly waiting for Long Houchin's orders. All the magicians were already preparing their spells. Now was not the time to chant, or the magic fluctuations would attract the attention of the people below, so they could only wait. Finally, the demons' grain transport team gradually passed by the area where Long Houchin and the others were located, and passed by the 5th monster hunters at the front. Long Houchin nodded to his companions and landed on Hao Yue's back in a flash. Kair followed like a shadow. Chen Ying'er and Lin Xian also got on Hao Yue broad back. Xiao Hua fiercely raised his head, and a fireball soared into the sky. Immediately after, his thick and powerful limbs suddenly stomped on the ground, and he had already rushed out with Long Houchin and the others. Wang Yuanyuan and Sima Xian, one on the left and one on the right, guarded Hao Yue on both sides, while Han Yu followed closely behind and charged straight down. The 10 Monster Hunters teams had been preparing for a long time. When Long Houchen and the others moved, the other 9 Monster Hunters also launched a charge at the same time. Low magic chants sounded from different directions at the same time. Although there were only 60 of them, they were all elites of the 6 great temples, and all of them were at least at the 4th grade. In the face of thousands of enemies, they did not show any weakness and attacked in all directions. The 3 heads of Xiao Hua, Xiao Guang, and Xiao Qing chanted spells at the same time. The previous continuous chants appeared again. The 3 heads each had their own rhythm, but when mixed together, it formed a special melody. If there was a powerhouse at the 7th grade or above here at this time, he would definitely cry out in surprise. This was clearly a race-exclusive incantation, and this kind of incantation could only be possessed by those especially powerful races. For example, the former elven magic of the High Elves, and the draconic magic of the dragons. And what Haoyue was chanting at this time was obviously not any of them. Perhaps no one in the Holy Demon continent would know what he was chanting. The fireball that Haoyue sent out had already alarmed the demons below. For a moment, the demons also seemed to be a little flustered. The dual-bladed demons that were pulling the carriage stopped one after another, but they were all bound by reins, and it was not easy to get rid of them. And the demons in charge of guarding moved one after another to face the 10 monster hunters rushing down. Long Houchen stood quietly on Haoyue's back, and a layer of golden light rose around his body. Wasn't this the ready skill? There was no shield in his hands, only 2 heavy swords, Blue Rain, Hibiscus of Light, and his Holy Spirit sword. Circles of golden halos rippled from the back of the team. Faith Halo, Guardian Blessing, and True Shot Halo fell on everyone. It was Han Yu. The reason why Long Houchen did not use the Holy Spirit set was because his most important task now was to annihilate the enemy, annihilate the 10 strong enemies that Lin Xin had mentioned before. When he rushed down the mountain, he saw the target. The carriage was indeed very obvious. Ordinary demon eye warlocks were only about 2 meters tall and had 6 eyes on their heads, but the 6 demon eye warlocks guarding next to the carriage were all more than 2.5 meters tall, looking especially huge. They did not have 6 eyes on their heads, but 8. The demonic halos flickered constantly. Boom, boom, boom. Fierce rumbling sounds came from both sides of the battlefield at the same time. It was the other Monster Hunters magicians who had begun to show their might. On the other hand, there were no magic attacks on Long Houchen's side, because Haoyue's incantation had not finished chanting. Chun Ing Er's clear and melodious chanting had also not begun. She just sat silently on Haoyue's back, as if waiting for something. Dozens of double-bladed demons rushed in the direction of Long Houchen's group. It was also at this moment that Wang Yuan moved. She fiercely stamped her left foot on the ground, and her whole body instantly accelerated. A layer of silver light shone on her body, and her body also became erratic. The giant soul god shield in her hand, which was embedded with a crystal, burst out with a layer of strong light. Accompanied by a wave of her right hand, the huge shield actually flew out horizontally, as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, and killed its way into the double-bladed demons. The giant soul god shield was really too terrifying. The double-bladed demons were famous for their strength, but in front of it, they were as fragile as a piece of paper. Wherever the huge shield passed, flesh and blood splattered, leaving behind only broken limbs. In an instant, dozens of double-bladed demons were gone. The huge shield circled around, and without leaving any traces of the enemy, it once again returned to Wang Yuan's hand. With the power of this attack, Haoyue's momentum naturally did not suffer any obstruction. Soldier-grade monster hunters, like a sharp knife, ruthlessly plunged into the battle formation of the demons. Dozens of dark purple balls of light swarmed in from all directions. It was the Magic Eye Warlocks, who were in charge of guarding the grain transport team, displaying their might. Although these magic eye warlocks only had one skill, magic light bullet, they could use it once every 3 to 5 seconds without any incantation. This was their innate magic. Dozens of magic light bullets, which carried a dense aura of darkness, pounced on them. A layer of golden light shield first opened up, holy light illumination, the level 5 Guardian Knights group defense skill. The golden light shield enveloped everyone, and no matter how the magic light bullets bombarded it, they could only leave circles of golden halos on the light shield. Before leaving the holy city, Han Yu had spent a long time with the holy knight Han Q. At this time, he also had a ring on his finger. That was Han Q's inheritance ring, which recorded a large number of powerful skills of the Guardian Knight. What Han Q knew might not necessarily be what Han Yu wanted, but at least with this inheritance ring, Han Yu did not need to worry about learning skills. In the future, when he chose secret skills, he could also develop them all towards healing. His grandfather's inheritance of attack and defense skills was enough. The power of holy light illumination was almost comparable to a single-target defense light elemental shield, and it had a strong restraining effect on dark magic. It was the best way to deal with the attacks of the magic eye warlock. The defensive magic that Lin Xin had prepared was immediately suppressed, and the fire cloud crystal shone brightly. After all, the number of times they had cooperated with each other was still relatively few, and there was still a gap between their tacit understanding, but it was precisely because of this that they needed to break in. Sima Xian and Wang Yuan were like two sharp long knives, brazenly killing into the enemy's formation. The dual-bladed demons that rushed up were instantly annihilated under their attack. Both of them had already taken the Jasper body protection pill, and their attacks were incomparably fierce. With the two of them as the vanguard, everyone brazenly killed their way into the enemy's formation, heading straight for the carriage. Because the demon's grain transport team was marching forward in a long snake formation, they only had to break through the defense of two groups of dual-bladed demons before they arrived in front of the carriage. The magic eye warlocks would not fight them head-on. Relying on their 3 long legs, their fighting style was to fight while retreating. But under the defense of holy light illumination, at least for the time being, these magic eye warlocks would not be of much use. Seeing that they had arrived in front of the carriage, accompanied by hissing roars, 4 dark green figures brazenly rushed up, and 6 huge purplish-black spheres of light began to condense behind them. It was the demons' experts guarding the carriage. For Long Houchen and the others, it was the first time that they had to face 4 dark green dual-bladed demons at the same time. Wang Yuan did not hold back in the slightest. After her 3 crystals were embedded with the divine soul shield, her fighting strength would be raised to the extreme, but it would not be able to last for long. At this time, it was natural for her to pour out all of her fighting strength. The intense silver radiance turned into a thick silver beam that brazenly shot out and fiercely slammed into the body of a dark green dual-bladed demon. The dark green dual-bladed demon originally wanted to use its pair of thick and powerful forelimbs to split apart the beam of light, but it was clearly futile. Its strong body was sent flying, and it crashed into the group of ordinary magic eye warlocks not far away, knocking down a group of them. Even though he didn't die, he was still severely injured. It was the Skysplitter attached to the divine soul shield. Sima Xian also did not stay idle. A layer of red light instantly filled the air, and after going berserk, he brazenly bombarded the staff in his hand to meet a dark green dual-bladed demon. With a loud bang, the dark green dual-bladed demon was sent flying. At the same time, Long Houchen, who had been accumulating power, moved. His body suddenly bounced off Hao Yue's back, and at the same time, a dazzling white light shone from the heavy sword in his hands. It was the dual sacred sword. This was the formidable spiritual force brought about by accumulating power, and he unexpectedly rushed towards the other 2 dark green dual-bladed demons. Ding! An ear-piercing explosion sounded, and Long Houchen's body suddenly stopped in the air. He waved his illusory hand, and with a crisp collision sound, the two dark green dual-bladed demons were unexpectedly blocked by him. This scene looked very incredible. Long Houchen's body also shone with a dazzling golden light. It was the light of Light's vengeance. While in the air, he actually used Divine Block. That momentary pause was actually enough for him to use Divine Block. More importantly, although Long Houchen's body was sent flying, he only retreated a meter before stopping in the air. His body curled in the air, and the lightning thrust in his left hand enveloped the dark green dual-bladed demon on the left, while the sacred sword in his right hand slashed down towards the other dark green dual-bladed demon with a glorious sun slash. At this moment, Long Houchen was like a god that had descended to the mortal world. Blue rain and hibiscus of light erupted with tens of thousands of rays of white light, forcing the powerful dark green dual-bladed demon to give up on its attack. It desperately waved its forelimbs in an attempt to defend. On the other side, the dark green dual-bladed demon suddenly raised its thick forelimbs in an attempt to block Long Houchen's attack. Boom! The sacred spirit sword carried the light of the sacred sword and Light's vengeance as it ruthlessly slashed at the forelimbs of the dark green dual-bladed demon on the right. An ear-piercing shattering sound followed, and the dark green dual-bladed demon's forelimbs were actually split open. Although they weren't broken, the dark green carapace was covered with cracks. A resonant dragon's roar erupted from Long Houchen's body. Rising Dragon Strike. Long Houchen actually didn't care about the dark green dual-bladed demon on the left. The sacred spirit sword in his right hand swept out, brazenly knocking away the forelimbs of the dark green dual-bladed demon on the right, and ruthlessly pierced into the hard carapace of its head, causing a burst of blood mist. At the same time, the dark green dual-bladed demon on the left unexpectedly also collapsed to the ground. Compared to its companion, it was left with an intact corpse. This was a combination of riding and stabbing. The purpose of Long Houchen's left hand's blue rain and hibiscus of light was to confuse. The blue rain and hibiscus of light, which carried the power of the sacred sword, brought a considerable amount of fear to the dark green dual-bladed demon. At this time, Kai Er, who was hiding behind Long Houchen and had previously helped him stop in midair, made her move. One-hit kill. Shadow clone technique and Overlord stab forcibly severed the central nervous system of the dark green dual-bladed demon. In this short period of time, Long Houchen and Kai Er had already killed two dark green dual-bladed demons. On the other side, Wang Yuanyuan had also succeeded. After the Skysplitter cannon, the spinning shield Skysplitter followed. As the strongest warrior in this year's Monster Hunters Challenge, once her attack power fully erupted, even Long Houchen didn't dare to easily block it. The Divine Soul Shield was like a giant axe as it ruthlessly cut open the body of the dark green dual-bladed demon. However, Wang Yuanyuan's complexion was also somewhat pale. After withdrawing the Divine Soul Shield, she immediately unloaded the 3 crystals. Her spiritual power was no longer enough to support the might of the Divine Soul Shield. At this time, the disparity in individual strength became apparent. Although Sima Xian was in a berserk state, but in a one-on-one situation, he didn't have any advantage against a dark green dual-bladed demon. Under the continuous use of Holy Light Hammer, and Holy Light Blast, he was barely able to resist the fierce offensive of the dark green dual-bladed demon. Fortunately, with the timely assistance of Lin Xian's elemental fire shield, he was able to resist the attack of the dark green dual-bladed demon. At this time, the incantation of Hao Yue's 3 heads finally ended, and the magic light bullets of the 6 formidable magic eye warlocks had also been completed. 6 giant magic light bullets with a diameter of more than 1 meter shot straight towards Long Houchen and the others, each of them locking onto one of them. Wherever the magic light bullets passed, the air distorted violently, and even the demons besieging the dual-bladed demons retreated in a panic. Red, gold, and cyan, 3 mixed rays of light formed a bizarre halo that spread above Hao Yue's head. The moment this halo appeared, Haoyue's 3 heads and 6 eyes all turned purple. A strange scene appeared. The moment the 6 giant magic light bullets came into contact with this bizarre halo, they unexpectedly disappeared into thin air, while the halo still spread far away in the air. When it spread to a diameter of about 50 meters, it slowly descended from the sky, and even enveloped the carriage that Long Haochen and the others were in. 7 light purple rays of light shot out from Haoyue's 3 heads one after another, respectively falling on the bodies of Long Haochen and the others. The 7 people only felt their bodies warm up, and were covered with a layer of faint purple. Immediately after, the halo fell to the ground. Chi, a strange whistling sound resounded within a diameter of 50 meters. Immediately after, the 3 mixed rays of light of red, gold, and cyan soared into the sky. All the ordinary dual-bladed demons in the range didn't even have the chance to scream, and were instantly turned into flying ash. The dark green dual-bladed demon that was suppressing Sima Xian first hesitated, then one could clearly see that under the not-so-intense tricolored rays of light, the dark green carapace on its body began to show a large number of cracks. Its mouth issued mournful screams unceasingly, wanting to rush out of the range of the light beam. How could Sima Xian let such a good opportunity slip by? The staff in his hand ferociously bombarded the dual-bladed demon with the hammer of holy light. This time, the dark green dual-bladed demon's hard carapace lost its defensive effect, and its forelimbs were forcibly smashed by Sima Xian. With another strike, it was thoroughly destroyed. The 6 powerful demon eye warlocks were all enveloped by the halo, and they similarly issued mournful screams. Their thick legs bounced off the ground, and they frantically rushed out of the light beam. One could clearly see that as they fled, the demon eyes on their heads unexpectedly exploded one after another. Cracks also quickly appeared on the surface of their skin, and the purplish-black light emitted from their bodies couldn't stop the corrosion of the tricolored halo. Kyr moved. At this time, she quietly leaped like a ghost, and in the process of instantaneous acceleration, only a series of afterimages could be seen flickering. Thousands of white rays of light shot out and enveloped a wounded demon eye warlock. In an instant, the demon eye warlock's body became riddled with holes. In terms of offensive power, they were far stronger than the dark green dual-bladed demons, but in terms of defense, these demon eye warlocks weren't good at. Dark golden rays of light swept past the 2 demon eyes in succession, and their bodies slumped to the ground. Kyr's tyrannical offensive power completely broke out at this moment. After these high-level demon eyes were attacked by Haoyue's magic, they didn't have the slightest power to fight back. However, it was also at this time that suddenly, a roar broke out, and the carriage shrouded in the tricolored light beam shattered, and a strong figure appeared. The grain transport carriage was very huge, and could carry thousands of kilograms of grain. As soon as this huge figure appeared, Long Haochen and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. It was a big guy with a length of more than 6 meters. They had seen this kind of creature yesterday. It had a wolf's body, griffin's wings, and a snake's tail. Its thick and powerful body was covered with black keratin, just like a big bird. Its wide wings were enough to stir up a gust of wind when it flapped. Wasn't this the Macasia's clan's beta flying demon? However, this beta flying demon was different from the one they saw yesterday. The beta flying demon they saw yesterday was only about 4 meters long, but this one in front of them was more than 6 meters long. Its eyes were blood-red, and its whole body was covered with a layer of red light that was filled with the smell of blood. A name suddenly appeared in the minds of the soldier grade number 1 monster hunters. Bloodthirsty Beta. The bloodthirsty Betas were the personal guards of the 35th demon god of the demon race, Marcosias. Every bloodthirsty Betas had a cultivation as high as the Tier 7. Although they were the lowest Tier 7, they were still Tier 7 powerhouses. However, the situation of the bloodthirsty Beta in front of them was clearly not that good. The greenish-black feathers on its body that were shining with red light were actually falling at lightning speed. In the midst of its angry roar, it flapped its wings in an attempt to fly, but it was unexpectedly unable to fly successfully within the tricolored light beam released by Haoyue. They could clearly see a small box tied to its neck with a tough metal rope made of an unknown material. Obviously, this was an important item that those powerful demons wanted to protect. Kai come back! Long Haochen shouted. At this time, he completely revealed his duty as the captain of the monster hunters. A milky white light spurted out from his chest. It was the Saint Spiritual Stove. The light of the spiritual stove directly fell on the bloodthirsty beta flying demon's body, and a golden red flame instantly rose from its body. It was the sun's fire. Facing a powerful enemy, they obviously could not retreat at this time. The bloodthirsty beta flying demons were powerful seventh-step demons that could fly. With Long Haochen's speed, how could they possibly outrun this guy? They could only face it head-on first. Long Haochen also did not expect that they would unexpectedly bump into an iron plate in this ordinary grain transport team and encounter a seventh-step demons. When Kai heard Long Haochen's voice, she turned around and quickly returned in Long Haochen's direction. At the same time, Haoyue's three big heads suddenly raised, each emitting a strange rhythmic whistle. The three long whistles were divided into high, medium, and low note. A strange scene appeared. The tricolored light beam, that covered a range of 50 meters, suddenly converged. It turned into a dense light as thick as an arm and ruthlessly struck the left wing of the bloodthirsty beta, which was struggling to fly. A mournful scream spread out along with a rain of blood. Although the bloodthirsty beta's whole body had already burst out with an intense dark green light in an attempt to resist, its entire left wing was still torn apart by the tricolored light beam, and it could no longer fly. However, the tricolored light beam could only sustain this final blow and instantly dissipated. Haoyue's direct action was to crawl down. The light in its 3 heads and 6 eyes had dimmed a lot. All of them were gasping for breath, and their bodies were trembling as if they were spasming. It was very obvious that this skill just now was not its own ability. Through the spiritual connection, Long Haochen learned the name of Haoyue's skill. It was called Chaos Elemental Stripping, a powerful combination magic. It could only be used when one was proficient in at least 3 magic attributes. This was already in the range of a 6-step magic. The reason why Haoyue could use it was because it had eaten too many magic crystals yesterday, and its body had stored a large amount of impure energy. Using this skill could be considered as clearing its stomach, but the accompanying consumption was still huge. Wang Yuanyuan and Sima Xian returned to Long Haochen's side at the same time. Han Yu, who was lagging behind, stepped forward bravely and stood side by side with Long Haochen. At this time, Chen Ying began her incantation. She jumped down from Haoyue's back and took a slight step back. The crystal ball in her hand shone brightly, and along with her incantation, there was a soft hum. A layer of gentle energy rippled out from the crystal ball, and a circle of rippling spiritual energy spread out like a wave. A colorless barrier automatically propped up around her body, just in time to complete the protection of the whole team's rear. The Living Gate was a powerful 8th-level magic. Although Chen Ying couldn't control it, when she used this magic, she would also be protected by it. Otherwise, who could let her complete the incantation during the monster hunter's trials? Now that they were facing a strong enemy, Chen Ying immediately changed her identity and became the rear defender. And Han Yu stepped forward to assist Long Haochen. This bloodthirsty beta could be considered to be unlucky. Its mission this time was to protect the box on its neck and send it to the demon army camp. But it was not responsible for commanding the grain transport team. Lying in the wide grain transport car, enjoying the food sent by the low-level demons, it was originally sleeping. Even when Long Haochen and the others launched an attack, this bloodthirsty beta didn't care. After all, there were 4 dark green dual-bladed demons and 6 powerful 8-eyed demon warlocks guarding outside. It didn't realize the strength of the enemy until Hao Yue's 3-attribute compound magic, Chaos Element Stripping, was released. Chaos Element Stripping was mainly aimed at the magician's own magical elements and the warrior's defense. The powerful Chaos Element could disrupt all the other elements within its range. The effect of the disruption was related to the element used by the caster. At the same time, Chaos Element would produce a powerful destructive effect, eroding and decomposing all living things within its range. Ordinary dual-bladed demons with weak defenses were directly annihilated by the magic. Even the dark green dual-bladed demon's level of defense would be affected by the magic, and their defense would be constantly weakened. So their first reaction was to run out. And Hao Yue's skill was a double-edged sword against the existence that mainly relied on magic ability. If the magic of the Chaos Element Stripping exceeded the level of its magic, then it would be unscathed. On the contrary, it would immediately suffer the backlash of its own magic power. It had a miraculous effect against magicians of a lower level than itself. Even without Kai Er's attack, the few 8-eyed Magic Eye warlocks had completely lost their fighting power. Their eyes were the source of their magic power, and those eyes had exploded under the effect of Chaos Element Stripping. What else could they do? The 8-eyed Magic Eye warlocks were equivalent to grade 5 magicians, and their overall strength was stronger than the dark green dual-bladed demons. But under Hao Yue's magic, they were completely tragic. So, at this time, although Long Haochen and the others were facing bloodthirsty beta, they were still lucky. At least they had taken care of the other powerful demons around them and would not be besieged. Although bloodthirsty beta's cultivation was grade 7, it was an existence that combined magic and martial arts, and it was also a dual-element creature. What was even more tragic was that among its magic attributes, there was also the wind attribute like Little Qing. In terms of magic ability alone, it had not reached the peak of grade 6, and its body had also been eroded by Chaos Element Stripping. Although the injury was not serious, the impact was quite considerable. In particular, Hao Yue's final concentrated attack of Chaos Element Stripping directly destroyed one of its wings, causing it to lose the ability to fly. This greatly weakened the strength of this grade 7 demons. As it turned out, an unprepared powerhouse being ambushed would also have a tragic ending, of course. Destroying bloodthirsty beta's ability to fly was not entirely a good thing. At this time, this grade 7 demon's powerhouse was already in a state of absolute rage. Its huge body raised its upper body due to the severe pain, and then stomped hard on the ground. There was a loud bang and the ground shook violently. Several cars in the surroundings were all overturned. Strong dark and wind elements, wrapped in the smell of blood, fluctuated extremely unstably. Bloodthirsty beta's eyes rose with a bloody brilliance. "Human, you're all going to die." In the midst of its angry roar, bloodthirsty beta's wolf head shot a greenish-black arrow of light at Long Haochen. The arrow of light was more than 2 meters long. As it left bloodthirsty beta's mouth, it let out a shrill howl like a wolf's howl, and the strong magic fluctuations caused the weather within a radius of 10 meters to change. The unprepared bloodthirsty beta would be injured by Hao Yue's magic, and an enraged bloodthirsty beta was an incomparably terrifying existence to soldier rank number 1 monster hunters. Long Haochen couldn't cower. He was the captain. Facing a powerful demon that could kill him at any time, he still dared to use the Saint's spiritual stove. Long Haochen could not retreat. His bravery instantly made the eyes of every teammate bleed. They all knew that as long as they made the slightest mistake, Long Haochen, who was using the Saint's spiritual stove, would be crushed and killed by bloodthirsty beta in an instant. 2 elemental fire shields fell on Long Haochen's body almost at the same time. At this time, Lin Xin also exploded. Even he himself ate a self-made spirit explosion pill. Rich fire elements danced around his body cheerfully, so much so that it already felt sticky. 2 holy light shields fell at the same time. One came from Long Haochen's own spiritual light bracer, and the other came from Han Yu. Only if Long Houchen could block Bloodthirsty Beta would they have a chance of survival. Boom! The 2 layers of holy light shields and the 2 elemental fire shields were torn apart almost in an instant. The greenish-black light arrow fiercely collided with Long Houchen's 2 swords that had completed the cross-divine defense block. At that moment of collision, everyone saw a layer of greenish-black light cover Long Houchen's body. His whole body did not retreat, but the sun fire burning on his body was extinguished in an instant. Long Houchen's expression did not change. Even though his whole body was ice-cold and the wind and darkness elements crazily rushed into his body, a golden light also rose from his body. That was the light of Light's vengeance. The appearance of Light's vengeance proved that Long Houchen's divine defense block was completed. That Bloodthirsty Beta was unable to break through his defense. A loud shout exploded from Long Houchen's mouth, and a shocking scene appeared. From his body, a rich liquid spiritual power flowed out and actually forcibly dispersed Bloodthirsty Beta's wind and darkness magic attack. The Holy Spirit armor was covered with a layer of golden liquid spiritual power, looking even more gorgeous and dazzling. At this moment, Long Houchen was like the sun of the sun, blooming with dazzling brilliance. While Long Houchen was blocking Bloodthirsty Beta's attack, the others were not idle. Wang Yuanyuan and Sima Xian had already attacked from the left and right respectively, attacking Bloodthirsty Beta's legs with all their strength. The strength of the 7th step demons' bodies was extremely terrifying, and their slender legs were relatively weak. Under the influence of the Saint's spiritual stove, Bloodthirsty Beta wouldn't attack them, but its powerful defensive ability was undoubtedly evident. Wang Yuanyuan was a bit better off. Under the head-on collision, Bloodthirsty Beta's body shook a bit, unable to receive the second attack on Long Houchen. Sima Xian's bloodthirsty state had just ended, and the power of the spirit explosion pill hadn't erupted yet. Under the brazen collision, his whole body was sent flying, blood flowing from the webbing between his thumb and forefinger. However, the bald priest's character was also intrepid. A rich red light once again erupted from his body, and with the help of the spirit explosion pill, he unexpectedly used the berserk skill for the second time. The python tendons under his skin were like small snakes moving rhythmically. His rock-solid muscles glowed, and he once again pounced forward. The spirit explosion pill's effects began to show. After Wang Yuanyuan's attack shook Bloodthirsty Beta, she once again installed the 3 crystals on the Divine Giant Soul Shield, and at the same time, swallowed a spirit recovery pill to recover spiritual energy. At this time, a pitch-black figure quietly appeared above Bloodthirsty Beta's head. A dark golden light flickered, piercing directly at the place where Bloodthirsty Beta's head and neck were connected. It was Kai Air who had arrived. Facing Kai Air's attack, even an existence at the level of Bloodthirsty Beta felt an intense threat. It didn't attack Long Houchen again, and its body shook violently. All the hair on its body stood on end, and the horny scales instantly erupted with an intense greenish-black light. Ding-dong! Kai Air's dark golden dagger fiercely stabbed at its neck, but it was bounced off by the hard hair and horny scales. She also soared up, avoiding the greenish-black light that erupted from Bloodthirsty Beta's body. What a strong demons! Kai Air, who had the strongest attack power among the soldier rank 1 monster hunters, couldn't even hurt it. At this time, the situation of the other 9 new monster hunters was much better than that of Long Houchen's side. When the ordinary dual-bladed demons of the grain transport team encountered powerful magicians, they would be swept away in a single sweep. With the cooperation of other professions, they were killing in other directions. A large number of grain transport vehicles had already been set ablaze by fire magic. The powerful demons they occasionally encountered were at most at the level of the dark green dual-bladed demon, and it wasn't difficult to deal with them with the strength of the team. Thousands of grain transport teams, mainly made up of dual-bladed demons and demon-eye warlocks, were scattered and in disarray. Every new monster hunters had the harvest of killing at least 100 enemies in a short period of time. Chapter 62. Just as Long Houchen had envisioned, the morale of the monster hunters was high for the sake of merit points. However, the fire also covered most of the situation on the battlefield. Every monster hunter's team could only take care of the situation around them. As for Long Houchen's side, they could at most see the powerful explosion of the chaotic element stripping, and it was clearly issued by Long Houchen's team. They still hadn't discovered the crisis Long Houchen's side was facing. After forcing back Kair, the bloodthirsty beta seemed to have gone crazy. It hated the humans in front of it, especially Long Houchen, who used the Saint's spiritual stove to attract it. It also knew that if it didn't kill Long Houchen, it wouldn't be able to kill the others. This time, it didn't spit out light. Instead, it flickered with a greenish-black halo as it pounced straight at Long Houchen. This pounce was incomparably fast. At the same time, a layer of strong greenish-black light spread from its body, turning into a light that was exactly the same as itself. It was the first to pounce. A terrifying pressure hit them in the face. What did rank 7 mean? It meant that his internal spiritual energy exceeded 10,000. Long Houchen only had 2,000 internal spiritual energy. Although this bloodthirsty beta's strength couldn't be compared to Gaoingjia's, it was still 5 times his spiritual energy when it went all out. That wasn't something that Divine Block could resist. What's more, this was the bloodthirsty beta's full power attack. Facing the bloodthirsty beta's pounce, Long Houchen didn't panic. He used the traction skill and pulled Haoyue, who wasn't far away. Using Haoyue's huge weight, he gave his body a reverse pull, and his whole body moved horizontally in an instant. Although the bloodthirsty beta had locked onto Long Houchen, it was a physical attack. Naturally, it couldn't change directions like an energy attack. Its 4 limbs bounced off the ground, and it once again pounced at Long Houchen. At this time, Wang Yuanyuan's Divine Giant Soul Shield had been installed, and Chen Ying-er's Living Soul Gate had finally been summoned. Kair and Sima Xian chased after the bloodthirsty beta. Lin Xian and Han Yu did their best to defend against Long Houchen. The entire scene looked a little chaotic, but at this moment, Long Houchen's heart was incomparably clear. If he fought recklessly, he would definitely die. This was the answer Long Houchen gave himself. Even with the help of his companion's defensive skills, there was no way he could survive a full-powered attack from a Tier 7 demons. What to do? Just as Long Houchen was about to make up his mind to fight to the death, 3 angry roars suddenly sounded behind him. A deafening roar mixed with a faint purple glow passed through Long Houchen's body and crashed into the bloodthirsty beta. Long Houchen only felt his whole body heat up, as if the blood in his body had been completely ignited. Immediately after, he clearly felt a strong force fiercely hit his body from behind. From the perspective of others, he could see it more clearly. When Long Houchen pulled Haoyue's body back, Haoyue's 3 heads suddenly raised. With an angry roar, its huge body actually turned completely crystal clear purple. With an angry roar, a purple halo instantly shot out, enveloping Long Houchen's body, and at the same time, crashed into the bloodthirsty beta through his body. The greenish-black light released by the bloodthirsty beta actually melted just like that, and its body also abruptly paused in the air. This pounce was actually blocked by the purple mist. Even the bloody flames in the bloodthirsty beta's eyes that had been ignited due to rage dimmed, and instead revealed a trace of fear. Haoyue's crystal-clear purple body moved along with the purple light it spat out, and with lightning speed, it crashed into Long Houchen's body from behind. What made everyone's pupils shrink, and what made them even more shocked was that Haoyue's more than 4 meters long body actually merged into Long Houchen's body just like that. This caused Long Houchen's entire body to be covered in a layer of purple light. His originally black hair instantly turned purple, and so did Long Houchen's left eye. One of the transparent, crystal-clear golden eyes suddenly turned purple. This was such a strange scene. Blazing. At this moment, what Long Houchen felt was blazing. He only felt that there seemed to be an incomparably vigorous energy in his body, stimulating his body to grow crazily. At the age of 14, he was less than 1.7 meters tall, but at this moment, he grew in an instant. His bones and muscles seemed to be affected by the tremendous energy. Surrounded by the purple light, he instantly turned into a slender young man more than 1.9 meters tall. Purple hair trailed over his shoulders, and 2 different colors of gold and purple burst forth with a soul-stirring brilliance. The Holy Spirit armor on Long Houchen's body was worthy of being a spirit-level set, and it also grew along with his body. Long Houchen's appearance was handsome to begin with, but he was originally just a youth, and at first glance, he even looked a little like a girl. However, at this moment, surrounded by the purple light, even Wang Yuan, who was a very masculine girl, was dumbfounded when she saw him. Gold and purple were like the fusion of justice and evil. Baiji's extremely handsome face was like a sculpture carved by the god of creation. His skin exuded a noble purple hue, and his entire body was even slightly suspended in the air. The purple eyes were noble and demonic, while the golden eyes were pure and kind. The combination of these 2 different temperaments caused Long Houchen to be like a huge magnet, attracting the attention of all the creatures around him. Even the archenemy, bloodthirsty Beta, was a little stunned when he saw Long Houchen's body rapidly changing. He actually didn't immediately attack him. Chen-Ing-Er's living spirit gate had already been completed, but unfortunately, the heavens didn't go according to her wishes. This time, what came out of the living spirit gate was a white, fat, and round little pig. The little pig was only a little more than a foot long, and its white skin looked a little crystal clear. It was looking at everything around it with a curious expression. However, when its gaze fell on Long Houchen, whose entire body was glowing with purple light, it seemed to have seen a ghost. With a whoosh, it turned around and directly pounced into Chen-Ing-Er's arms. Its body was trembling, and because of its excessive fear, it even bit Chen-Ing-Er's hand with its mouth. Chen-Ing-Er only felt a slight stab of pain in her hand, but didn't pay it much attention. At this moment, her eyes were filled with dazzling stars. So handsome, is this what Long Houchen will look like when he grows up? So handsome that it's invincible. Heart-shaped light continuously emitted from her eyes, and she only felt as if her heart had been forcibly taken away. She had never felt such infatuation before, and she almost couldn't control it. Kai-Er's feelings were different from others, because she couldn't see what was happening outside. However, her senses were more acute than anyone else's. She felt that Long Houchen had changed. The original Houchen seemed to have disappeared, and his aura was increasing exponentially. An aura that she couldn't describe was rapidly changing. What made Kai-Er's expression change was that the spiritual stove of samsara and the sword of samsara in her body suddenly burst forth with an incomparably strong murderous intent. It seemed to be a biting cold murderous intent that was completely born out of self-protection. Ever since she obtained the spiritual stove of samsara and the sword of samsara, this was the first time they had changed on their own initiative. Could it be that they only felt threatened by the aura on Long Houchen's body? Or even fear? The whole process of the change seemed slow, but in fact it only happened in an instant. A pair of crystal-clear purple wings suddenly unfolded from Long Houchen's back. The wings weren't very wide, and the wingspan was only about 3 meters. They were far from comparable to the spirit power wings Long Xingwu had displayed in the past. However, these purple wings seemed to be carved out of amethyst. There were no feathers, but they were full of a crystal-clear texture. Spirit power wings? Radiance Knight? The shock in the number 1 warrior-grade monster hunter's hearts couldn't be any greater. No one knew why Long Houchen had suddenly undergone such a huge change. They didn't even know if this change was good or bad, but they were certain that the spirit power wings were the Radiance Knight's characteristic. Furthermore, the current Long Houchen was probably not as simple as an ordinary Radiance Knight. The Holy Spirit sword quietly disappeared into the forget-me-not ring, leaving only the blue rain and hibiscus of light in Long Houchen's hands. A resplendent gold and blue brilliance erupted in an instant. Long Houchen's left hand made an upward motion, and the gold and blue brilliance turned into two rays of light that revolved above his palm. The blue rain and hibiscus of light revolved and rose with a rippling light. A misty gold and blue brilliance was emitted, and the heavy sword in Long Houchen's hand disappeared just like that. The gold and blue brilliance were clearly distinguished, and they were like two light ribbons that were instantly activated. The two streams of light intertwined in the air. The bloodthirsty glint in the bloodthirsty Beta's eyes gradually turned into fear, not only because of Long Houchen in front, but also because of the sudden eruption of a monstrous killing intent from behind. Endless blackness spread from Kai-Er's body, and some dual-bladed demons that were pouncing over from nearby collapsed to the ground in the midst of this monstrous killing intent, completely losing the luster of their lives. That's right. Under the influence of the dual changes in Long Houchen's body and aura, Kai-Er's spiritual stove of samsara was activated. Even without Long Houchen's guidance, Kai-Er would still do the same to save her man. It was just that her and Long Houchen's simultaneous eruption had become even more compatible under the effect of that strange aura. The two of them, one in front and one behind, became one. As black as ink, Kai-Er's long hair fluttered in the air, actually forming a circular shape behind her head. The shocking killing intent actually caused the air around her to become distorted black. It formed a sharp contrast with the purple color on Long Houchen's body on the other side. On one side was a sparkling and noble purple, and on the other side was an endlessly devouring black. At this moment, the powerful bloodthirsty Beta was like the cream in a biscuit. Its four thick limbs suddenly stomped on the ground, and the black color on its body was suddenly completely replaced by green. In the next instant, this incomparably valiant bloodthirsty Beta actually leaped to the side, like a green lightning, wanting to escape. "Kai-Er, you can't!" A shout rang out, and a burly figure suddenly broke out of the ground. Unfortunately, his words were still a little too late. Gold and blue, coiled into a cone, shot out with dazzling tail flames. Black and gray, all colors were obliterated wherever they passed. No one clearly saw how Kai-Er made her move. They only felt their vision suddenly darken, and in the next instant, the bloodthirsty Beta, which was fleeing in the distance, had already stopped in midair. Poof! Kai-Er's attack arrived first. The moment the bloodthirsty Beta froze in midair, its body had already completely turned black, and only its eyes had turned gray. In the next instant, the all-pervasive water penetrated, the vast light penetrated, and the exquisite gold and blue quietly entered its body. Its body began to swell rapidly. That soft sound was the sound of the bloodthirsty Beta's huge body bursting in the air like a balloon. In midair, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Light rain, hibiscus thorn, and sword of samsara. This was the combination of Long Houchen and Kai-Er's strongest attack. They were only rank 5. Long Houchen and Kai-Er were only rank 5. However, they managed to kill a rank 7 bloodthirsty Beta on the battlefield. They were the personal guards of the 35th demon god, Marquesias. Gao Yingjie stood there, watching everything that had happened in front of him in a daze. He looked at the pair of young man and woman who had slowly landed on the ground, and his heart violently twitched. The light rain hibiscus thorn that Long Houchen had used just now was completely different from the one he had used to attack him. He, who had transformed his spiritual power into wings, actually possessed the strength of a Radiance Knight for a short period of time. That attack just now clearly had the power of a legendary weapon. Gao Yingjie didn't know what exactly Kai-Er's black and gray attack was, but he clearly understood that it was definitely an attack that was even more terrifying than the light rain hibiscus thorn. That monstrous killing intent that seemed to have materialized caused even his hands to become ice cold. If it were him, Would he be able to block the combined attack of the two of them? Gao Yingjia's confidence was actually unable to give him a definite answer. Coma. The moment Long Haochen landed on the ground, Hao Yue's huge body separated from his body, and he reverted back to his original 14-year-old appearance. He fell limply on Hao Yue's body. Hao Yue's 3 heads also drooped at the same time, and he lay on the ground motionlessly. On the other side, the moment Kai landed on the ground, she also fell limply and fell into a coma. There was a heavy price to pay for using an ability that far exceeded one's tolerance. There was no doubt that Long Haochen and Kai were in the same situation. Hurry up and protect Kai. In the end, Gao Yingjie was the first to react. His body suddenly accelerated, and he was already at Long Haochen's side. At the same time, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth from his body, and the golden light soared into the sky. This was the signal of the 10 Mithril Foundation Night. As the captain, Gao Yingjie was telling his companions to use all their strength to resolve this battle. Just as Long Haochen predicted, as the captain, they naturally wouldn't let these youngsters face danger. However, they had always been hiding in the shadows. However, Long Haochen couldn't guess that these 10 powerful 7th-step Night Knights were just hiding underground. Gao Yingjie had been paying close attention to the situation on the battlefield. When Long Haochen and the others faced the dark green dual-bladed demon and the 8-eyed demon Eye Warlock, Gao Yingjie was secretly shocked and prepared to take action. However, following Long Haochen's command and the powerful battle strength that they erupted with, Gao Yingjie was also shocked. They only had a little bit of tacit understanding, but the explosive attacks they erupted with were even more tyrannical. Especially Long Haochen and Kai, they practically killed the 2 dark green dual-bladed demons in an instant. What shocked Gao Yingjie even more was Hao Yue's performance. That chaos elemental stripping almost caused Gao Yingjie to flee. Long Haochen and the others might not know about compound magic, but as a 7th-step powerhouse, how could Gao Yingjie not know? That was a compound magic of 3 attributes. Even the magic temple probably didn't have many records of it, right? Moreover, it wasn't difficult for a mage to have 3 attributes at the same time, but it wasn't easy to practice all 3 at the same level. Seeing that Long Haochen and the others were actually so powerful, Gao Yingjie decided not to come out. He wanted to see how strong these youngsters were as a whole. The appearance of the bloodthirsty beta had undoubtedly squeezed out all the trump cards of these youngsters. The bloodthirsty beta was a 7th-step demon, but compared to the peak 7th-step Gao Yingjie, it was clearly still a far cry. Moreover, Gao Yingjie also had the Mithril Foundation battle armor, a great killing weapon. However, one mustn't forget that when the first soldier rank monster hunters faced Gao Yingjie only wanted to test their strength and didn't attack them at all. However, the bloodthirsty beta was in a violent rage and swore to kill them all. Thus, the pressure that Long Haochen and the others had to bear was incomparably huge. And the scene that shocked Gao Yingjie happened the instant he was about to make a move. Seeing the bloodthirsty beta pouncing towards Long Haochen, who couldn't possibly block its attack, Gao Yingjie had already prepared his prepared skill. However, before he could make a move, the bloodthirsty beta was shaken down from the sky by the purple light Long Haoyue roared. Immediately after, the scene that stunned Gao Yingjie occurred. The bloodthirsty beta actually wanted to run. From Gao Yingjie's point of view, since the bloodthirsty beta was about to run, Long Haochen and Kai would definitely stop attacking. However, he didn't expect that Long Haochen was already in a daze at that time. Suddenly obtaining such a powerful strength, Long Haochen's consciousness was a blur. He only had his battle instincts, so how could he still make any judgments? And Kai was attracted by the aura on Long Haochen's body. If Long Haochen didn't stop attacking, she naturally wouldn't stop either. Thus, when Gao Yingjie shouted for Kai to stop, Kai's attack was already like an arrow knocked on a bowstring. Wang Yuan, Sima Xian, and Han Yu all flew to Kai's side, protecting her. Lin Xian and Chen Inger were together, preparing to defend her. In reality, at this time, no demons dared to attack them anymore. Even the dual-bladed demons with low intelligence would feel fear after sensing the aura coming from Long Haochen and Kai Er's bodies. The few eight-eyed demon eye warlocks that were originally still alive were already seriously injured. After being stimulated by Kai Er's fierce aura, their heavy head injuries suddenly erupted, and it seemed like they wouldn't be able to survive. As their life aura disappeared, this achievement instead belonged to Long Haoyue, which naturally belonged to Long Haochen. Gao Yingjie saw this battle clearly, but the other monster hunters didn't. They only saw the most shocking scene. Long Haochen rose to the sky with a purple aura, and Kai Er's monstrous aura erupted, attracting their attention. In the next moment they saw an extremely large demons being bombarded by Long Haochen and Kai Er, leaving not even a corpse behind. Although they didn't know how strong Long Haochen and Kai Er were at that time, they could still feel the energy fluctuations. The mission was successfully completed. The toughest bones had already been gnawed down by the first soldier rank monster hunters. The other 9 monster hunters were just killing to their heart's content. Following Gao Yingjie's order, 5 minutes after the Mithril Foundation Knight joined the battle, not a single living demons could be seen. Gao Yingjie carried Long Haochen with one hand and dragged Haoyue with the other. He shouted loudly, "Let's retreat from here first." The movement here wasn't small. The demons also had their own scouting methods, so it wouldn't be long before the demon army arrived. After igniting all the rations, everyone quickly retreated. And before leaving, when Lin Xian went to collect the corpse of bloodthirsty Beta, he also conveniently took the box on its neck. The advantage of having fewer people was that at least they could retreat very quickly. Although Haoyue's body was large, there were still bigger ones. Broken Memory's golden horned mammoth carried Haoyue's weight. Under the leadership of the 10 leaders, everyone ignited all the carriages and retreated as fast as they could. They didn't return the way they came, but first retreated into the distance, directly entering the mountains from another location in the demon-controlling mountain range. The demon-controlling mountain range was completely under the control of the Temple League's demon-controlling military region. The Demon Exorcist mountain range was the only entrance to the mountain range. The other directions had to directly enter the mountain, so the terrain was even more complicated. The Temple League was also heavily guarded. For the demons, it was an insurmountable moat, but for the 10 new monster hunters, it was a path of retreat. Gao Yingjie carefully examined the situation of Long Haochen and Kai. Both of them were fine, but they were both in a weak state. After entering the demon-controlling mountain range, the reinforcement army that had been waiting for a long time quickly brought them deep into the mountain range. At this time, no matter how the demons reacted, it was already too late. This was a great victory. Among the 10 monster hunters, although there were many people who were injured, they weren't serious. Under the treatment of the priests, they quickly recovered. They didn't just burn the demons' rations, they also completely annihilated the enemy. There were even some monster hunters who were complaining that the leaders shouldn't have taken action and robbed them of a lot of merit points. Under Gao Yingjie's treatment, Kai Er was the first to wake up. Her condition seemed to be okay, but she was still very weak. However, she still insisted on staying by Long Haochen's side. Yang Wenjiao let go of his brilliant unicorn to carry the unconscious Long Haochen and the now awake Kai. 4 hours later, they finally returned to the Demon Exorcist mountain range. Even if the leaders hadn't taken action, they would still have been able to successfully complete this mission. Therefore, when reporting to the military headquarters, Gao Yingjie directly concealed the fact that they had taken action. According to the merit points, every monster hunters received a whole 200 merit points, which were distributed by the leaders of the monster hunters. Because Long Haochen was still unconscious, the vice-captain, Kai Er, took his place to receive the merit points of the first soldier rank monster hunters. Gao Yingjie followed the first soldier rank monster hunters back to their living quarters. Kai carefully placed Long Houchen on the bed, and the worry between her brows relaxed a bit. Leader, this isn't fair. Our group put in the most effort, so why do we get the same merit points as them? After the bald priest, Sima Xian, dragged Long Haoyue into the living quarters and closed the door with his foot, he couldn't help but complain to Gaoingjie. Indeed, the first soldier-rank monster hunters had bitten off the hardest bones. They had killed 4 dark green dual-bladed demons, 6 8-eyed demon-eye warlocks, and even a rank 7 bloodthirsty beta. It could be said that Long Houchen's group had shouldered more than half of the pressure of this mission. Because of this, Long Houchen and Kai had both fallen unconscious. The first soldier-rank monster hunters had taken the greatest credit. Gaoingjie unhappily glanced at him and said, "All right. Then I'll go and claim the credit on your behalf right now. Lin Xian, hand over the corpses you collected and that box." Lin Xian scratched his head and said, "Leader, I didn't say anything." Sima Xian looked at Gaoingjie and Lin Xian with some doubt. Gaoingjie unhappily said, "What are you looking at? Before we came back, didn't you see that Lin Xian collected all the valuable corpses of the demons, as well as the box protected by the bloodthirsty beta? Although I don't know what's in the box, to be able to trigger the protection of the Moxias clan's bloodthirsty beta, its value shouldn't be low. Even if we don't count these, do you know how much merit points you got from killing these demon beasts? You still have the nerve to claim credit? You can claim credit, but you have to hand over the spoils of war. This is the rule of the army. Are you willing to do that? I'll just turn a blind eye and let it go. It's true that you put in the most effort, but the corpses of the demons you obtained were also valuable. There were 4 dark green dual-bladed demons, each worth 10 merit points, and that's nothing. The value of the 8-eyed demon-eye warlock is even higher. Let's not talk about the value of their corpses, just the merit points they gave you are more than 30. Long Houchen and Kai both paid a huge price to kill the bloodthirsty beta, but at the same time, the rank 7 demons also gave you the most merit points. I'm afraid that all the merit points you obtained before combined wouldn't be as much as a bloodthirsty beta. That's no less than 1,000 merit points. I'm sure it's in your leader's medal right now. Hearing Gaoingjie's words, everyone couldn't help but look at each other and suck in a breath of cold air. Gaoingjie smiled slightly. I'm not done yet. Although the corpse of the bloodthirsty beta that Lin Xian took was already broken, he still picked up the magic crystal. This magic crystal can also be sold for 1,000 merit points if you take it back to the Sanctuary Alliance's Monster Hunters headquarters. How about it, do you still plan to claim credit from them? Sima Xian's big bald head shook like an oil lamp being blown by the wind. No need, no need. I was short-sighted. Leader, you're the most brilliant. Gaoingjie snorted. Stop flattering me. I'm telling you, not claiming credit for you is for your own good. Long Houchen and Kai's final performance has already been seen by others. If you tell them what you did, what do you think the 9 Monster Hunters teams will think of you? Don't forget, you're currently in the team competition. Don't tell me you plan to be targeted by the other teams at the same time? If that's really the case, they'll be bound by a common hatred. Do you think you'll be able to pass the next 2 months in the Exorcist Mountain Pass? No matter how strong your team is, if you don't have the cooperation of the other teams, do you think you'll be able to eat a fatty in one bite? Before the final victory or defeat of the team competition is decided, it's better to keep a low profile. Lin Xian, when you return, directly give that box to Long Houchen. Don't let me see it. I don't know anything, and I haven't seen anything. Yes. Leader Yingming. Lin Xian giggled and saluted Gaoingjie with a magician's etiquette. All right. You've all worked hard. Rest first. If Long Houchen and Kai feel unwell, let me know in time. I'll be leaving first. Everyone laughed mischievously. Apart from Kai, they all loudly said, respectfully sending off leader. Wait a moment. Just as Gaoingjie was about to leave, a weak voice suddenly sounded. Kaer, who had always been guarding Long Houchen's side, slightly trembled. She hurriedly held his hand. Long Houchen woke up. His complexion looked very pale. His pair of golden eyes were dim, and one could faintly see traces of purple in his left eye. Kaer, help me up, Long Houchen weakly said. Kaer gently pulled his arm, supporting his back, and slowly helped him sit up. Everyone's gazes fell on Long Houchen. Gaoingjie said, Long Houchen, how are you? Long Houchen slightly shook his head and said, Leader, I'm fine. Lin Xian, give that box to Leader. Lin Xian stared blankly. He looked at Long Houchen in disbelief. Leader, this is our spoils of war. Long Houchen shook his head and said, No, this is everyone's spoils of war. Since the demons sent experts to guard it, maybe the thing in this box is related to the secret of the demons' attack on the Exorcist Mountain Pass. We can't affect the entire war situation because of our selfishness. Moreover, destroying the grain transport team was a joint operation of our 10 monster hunters. That's right, they are now our competitors. But everyone, don't forget, they are also our comrades. Our common enemy is the demons. This box must be very important. We can't leave it behind. Otherwise, we will be ridiculed by others in the future. Listening to Long Houchen's words, Lin Xian's eyes clearly showed disapproval. Han Yu and Chen Inger also had the same thought. Chen Inger muttered, It can't be that serious. Isn't it just a small box? Long Houchen's face sank. Although it's just a small box, if we selfishly keep it, when we carry out missions with other monster hunters in the future, won't we also have to hog it? I ask everyone to support me in this matter. I am willing to take out all the merit points I obtained in today's battle and share it with everyone. This is to deduct my share from the merit points that should be divided equally among everyone. Listen to Long Houchen. Mei Xian, give the box to the leader. Wang Yuan opened her mouth. This girl's heroic face revealed a proud expression. Even if this box contains a treasure on the level of the spiritual stove, so what? Don't tell me that we, as soldier rank 1 monster hunters, can't get it in the future? Since Long Houchen and Wang Yuan had said so, the others naturally didn't object. Being able to kill bloodthirsty beta could be said to be all thanks to Long Houchen and Kaer. For this, they had also paid a considerable price. Long Houchen's conduct in the team had always made everyone admire him. Lin Xian somewhat helplessly took out the box and handed it over to Gaoingjie. Leader, don't say anything about dividing the merit point. You are our leader, your decision is everyone's final decision. I'll listen to you. Sima Xian also nodded. That's right, you are the leader, you have the final say. We believe that what you did was right. Long Houchen's pale face revealed a trace of a smile. Thank you for everyone's trust in me. Leader, I'll have to trouble you to give this box to the Exorcist Mountain Pass military. Just say that I obtained it from killing the demons. As for the corpses we took back, we won't hand them over. After all, this time we consumed a lot of resources. Lin Xian also needs materials to concoct pills. He wasn't a pedantic person. The box was very likely related to the safety of the Exorcist Mountain Pass, so he advocated handing it over. But those demons' corpses weren't important. Moreover, they were obtained by risking their lives, so there was naturally no need to hand them over. Gaoingjie deeply looked at Long Houchen. For the first time, he felt admiration for this youngster. He slightly nodded and said, You are a good leader. Taking the box from Lin Xian, he turned around and left. Watching Gaoingjie leave, Long Houchen faintly smiled. I'll rest first. Wait for me to recover a bit, then I'll distribute the merit points to everyone. Sima Xian sat his butt on the bed. I'm dead tired. Lin Xian, the might of your spirit explosion pill is really fierce, but the side effects are really unbearable. Right now, my whole body feels weak. Lin Xian bitterly smiled. Don't tell me I didn't eat? There's nothing I can do about it. I'll be fine after 24 hours. I reckon there won't be any missions for us to carry out in the next 24 hours. Cultivating right now is useless. Sleep, sleep. Long Houchen pulled Kai back to their small home. Holding Kai-Er's hand, his pale face was filled with nervousness. Kai-Er had used the spiritual stove of samsara. That side effect, Kai-Er naturally knew what he was thinking. She softly said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. At that time, although I used the spiritual stove of samsara, I only borrowed the sword intent of the sword of samsara and didn't use the main body. Because at that time, the power of your laughing lotus thorn light rain was enough. However, after you and how you effused, the aura released from your body affected my spiritual stove of samsara. This time, my luck was good. What I lost was my sense of smell. But I couldn't smell you. Because I didn't use the main body of the sword of samsara, the consumption wasn't too great. In half a month at most, my sense of smell will recover." Kai said it lightly, but Long Houchen felt a sharp pain in his heart when he saw her constantly opening and closing red lips. She didn't just lose her sense of taste. She didn't even have the ability to breathe through her nose. What kind of pain was this? What's more, losing her sense of smell undoubtedly made it more difficult for Kai, who relied on many senses to judge the outside world. Of course, her sense of smell was less important to her, but what if she lost something else? What if she lost her sense of hearing? Her eyes couldn't see, and her ears couldn't hear. What kind of pain was this? Chapter 63. Hugging Kai tightly, Long Houchen gritted his teeth and said, "It's all my fault. I didn't protect you well. That's why you had to use the spiritual stove of samsara." Kai smiled and said, "Silly, as long as you're okay, everything is fine. After you and how you effused, your aura was really strange. Even my sword of samsara was activated by you. It seems that my cultivation is still not good enough." Hugging Kai tightly, Long Houchen said in a deep voice, "From now on, before your sense of smell recovers, I won't allow you to participate in any battles. You can only stay here and rest." Kai was stunned and blurted out, "How can I do that? I want to stay by your side." Long Houchen shook his head and said in a domineering manner, "No, you can only stay here and rest. I don't have the ability to protect you on this battlefield. I can't let you face any more dangers. Kai, we've been together for so long, and I've never asked you for anything. But this time, you must promise me." "Definitely." Kai was silent. She was not used to Long Houchen's sudden toughness. However, she could feel that Long Houchen's body was slightly trembling because of his emotions. "Kai, do you know? I'm afraid of losing you. I promise you, when you're not by my side, I'll take good care of myself and protect myself. I'll definitely come back safely and won't let you worry." Kai nodded in his arms and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Long Houchen was overjoyed. "Thank you, Kai." Kai nestled against his warm chest, softly saying, "As long as you always remember that I'm more afraid of losing you in this world, you're the only one who can bring me warmth, that's enough." Long Houchen gently kissed her forehead, and the two of them closed their eyes almost at the same time. Their expressions were more relaxed, and their hearts were closer to each other. Assassin Temple Headquarters. Hero Xingyu was quietly sitting on a huge pitch-black armchair. Beside him was the vice chief of the Exorcist Mountain Pass, Liao Tianzi, who had temporarily replaced Xing Lingxin in charge of the defense of the Exorcist Mountain Pass. "Sir Hero, this is the situation." Liao Tianzi had just finished reporting to Xingyu about the situation of the 10 new monster hunters intercepting the demon's grain transport team, which included this box. "This thing is very precious. To think that Long Houchen was willing to take it out." A rare smile appeared on Xingyu's aged face. His fingers gently tapped on the box, but his eyes flickered slightly. No one knew what he was thinking. Liao Tianzi said, "According to Gaoingjie, Long Houchen and the others didn't open this box before handing it over. He was afraid that the box contained an important item related to the Exorcist Mountain Pass. These children were really not simple. If it were me, I wouldn't be willing to hand it over. This time, they should have encountered a powerful resistance. I reckon that it was Gaoing Jie and the others who took action to get rid of the demons guarding this thing. This is a spiritual stove, and the ones guarding it are at least 7th-rank demons. If this thing wasn't of the light attribute, I'm afraid its protection would be even stronger. Xingyu slightly nodded and said, "In any case, these children are so selfless. Our assassin temple can't be stingy." While speaking, he lightly flicked his finger, and the box's solid lid popped open with a bow sound. A ball of gentle white light quietly rose up. One could clearly see that it was actually a small person. It was only half a foot tall, and its whole body was emitting a pure and holy white light. On its back was a pair of wrinkled little wings that were unfolded, but it couldn't fly. Its little face was full of exhaustion, and it slightly struggled, trying to flap its wings. A light elemental spirit. That's right, in the box that Long Haochen and the others had seized, there was impressively a light elemental spirit, an incomparably precious elemental spiritual stove. Demons could also absorb spiritual stoves and heavenly treasures, but light elemental spiritual stoves were an exception. This was because demons were born with the dark attribute, and were most resistant to the light attribute. If they were to absorb this thing, it would be much more powerful than the most poisonous poison. If Long Haochen knew that the box contained a light elemental spiritual stove, perhaps he would have hesitated a bit before making a decision. Among all the elemental spiritual stoves, the most precious were the light elemental and the dark elemental. This was because they were not only rare, but also had an extraordinary significance to both demons and humans. The light elemental spiritual stove wasn't ranked particularly high among all the spiritual stoves. Of course, it was still a lot stronger than the saint's spiritual stove, and was ranked around 20th among all the spiritual stoves. However, it had a common characteristic with the saint's spiritual stove, and that was its natural gentleness. It was the complete opposite of the dark elemental spiritual stove's cruelty. After the light elemental spiritual stove absorbed it, as long as it didn't encounter a spiritual stove with a conflicting attribute, it wouldn't easily reject it. Moreover, the light elemental spiritual stove had the most extensive uses, and could be used by anyone with the light attribute. The most suitable ones were naturally a priest, a knight, and a light magician. If any of them were to see the light elemental spiritual stove, perhaps they would fight for it at all costs. Xingyu looked at the little guy and faintly smiled, saying, "Your pain will be far away, so let me find you a companion. Otherwise, with your weak little guy you can only gradually fade away." Raising his head to look at Liao Tianzi, the gentleness in Xingyu's eyes was gradually replaced by coldness. "If I haven't guessed wrong, the demons transported this light elemental spiritual stove to the demons' camp because they want to make a deal with us. The highest possibility is to exchange it for food." The Temple League was very clear about the demons' lack of food, but in the face of some special treasures, the Temple League would sometimes carry out a deal with the demons. It could be considered as each taking what they needed. From both sides' point of view, what they obtained was what they needed the most. For example, the demons had once been captured by the Temple League of a low-level demon god. In the end, they used 10 spiritual stoves to exchange for this demon god captive. 6,000 years of war had created a relationship between humans and the demons that was as incompatible as fire and water, but in the course of the war, there were also variables. Liao Tianzi hesitated for a moment, saying, "Sir Hero, do you mean to return this light elemental spiritual stove to the team that obtained it?" Xingyu shook his head, saying, "That won't be the case. Our assassin temple itself has no use for this thing, but this operation is jointly launched by 10 monster hunters. Moreover, you are very clear about the value of the light elemental spiritual stove. If we only return it to Long Haochen's team, once the news is leaked, I'm afraid it will cause public indignation. Not only will it not show the magnanimity of our assassin temple, but it will also have the opposite effect. Liao Tianfa was puzzled, asking, "Then what should we do?" Xing Yu stretched out a finger, gently rubbing the top of the light elemental sprite's head, saying, "Let this little guy choose for himself." As he said this, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of slyness. This was killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of this Sir Hero couldn't help but feel somewhat proud. When Long Haochen and the others returned, it was already noon. They were so tired that they didn't even eat lunch. When the sky turned dark again, suddenly, a scream woke everyone up from their sleep. Why did this happen? The scream echoed in the living quarters, waking everyone up. What's wrong? What's wrong? Sima Xian turned over and sat up, reaching out to grab the staff on the bedside. On the other side, Wang Yuan also sprang up from the bed. She was only wearing a single layer of clothing when she jumped off the bed. This sound came from Chen Ying-er's bed. Because she had also imitated Kai Er's method of wrapping a cloth around her bed, no one outside could see what was going on inside. The others naturally woke up as well. Wang Yuan was a girl, so she stepped forward and pulled aside the cloth covering Chen Ying-er's bed to look inside. She couldn't help but be stunned when she saw what was going on. The others still couldn't see anything from their angle. Long Haochen had already gotten down from the bed with Kai. In a few steps, he arrived at Wang Yuan's side. However, it was a girl on the bed, so it wasn't appropriate for him to look inside. He hurriedly asked Wang Yuan, "What's wrong with Ying-er? See for yourselves." Wang Yuan turned her head, and Long Haochen could clearly see that the corners of her mouth were moving, as if she wanted to laugh. Wang Yuan moved aside, so everyone could naturally see what was going on inside. They saw Chen Ying-er sitting there with a face that looked like she wanted to cry, but no tears came out. In her arms, there was a small pig that was wriggling around. The little pig's body was snow white, and its skin was like the soft flesh of a lychee. It was round and plump, and its body was only about a foot long. Under the snow-white skin there was a faint glow. "Ying-er, what's wrong with you? Is this your summoned beast?" Long Haochen asked doubtfully. After a few hours of rest, his complexion had improved a little. Although he couldn't fight, it didn't affect his ability to walk. Chen Ying-er suddenly burst into tears. She hugged the little pig in her arms and threw herself onto the bed, tears and snot flowing down her face. She looked like she was in unspeakable pain. Lin Xian poked his head over and asked doubtfully, "Why are you crying so sadly? This little pig is quite cute. Do you want to eat roast suckling pig tonight?" As he spoke, a ball of flame appeared on his finger. A fat little pig head emerged from Chen Ying-er's waist. It stared fiercely at Lin Xian and forcefully blew at him. Pooh! The flame on Lin Xian's finger actually disappeared just like that. This little pig is a little interesting. Ying-er, this can't be your natal summoned beast, right? Lin Xian laughed heartily. His laughter didn't matter, but Chen Ying-er immediately cried even louder. This time, Lin Xian couldn't laugh anymore. Everyone else's complexion instantly changed. Wang Yuan hesitantly said, "Ying-er, this can't really be." Chen Ying-er suddenly sat up straight and looked at everyone with tears in her eyes. I also don't know what's going on. Previously, when we intercepted the grain carts, I activated the living soul gate and summoned this pig. At that time, you were fighting bloodthirsty beta. I saw that it obviously didn't have any fighting strength, so I hugged it. After the battle, I saw that it was quite cute, so I brought it back. At that time, you guys weren't in a good state, so you didn't notice. I originally thought that since this little pig looked so cute, it would naturally disappear after playing with it for a while. The summoned beast I summoned with the living soul gate can only last for 6 hours at most. But it's already been more than 8 hours, and it still hasn't disappeared. When I woke up and saw that it was still there, I was terrified. I hurriedly checked my soul contract. I actually When she said this, everyone naturally understood. Chen actually inexplicably signed a soul contract with this seemingly harmless little white pig. It became her natal summoned beast. Chen looked at the soft little white pig in front of her and couldn't help but burst into tears again. For a summoner, the natal summoned beast was definitely the most important. This was because the natal summoned beast would always grow along with the summoner's growth. The stronger the natal summoned beast was innately, the more powerful it would be after it matured. Low-level summoners relied on various kinds of summons, while real summoner powerhouses relied on their natal summoned beast. A powerful natal summoned beast would even surpass the summoner's own rank. A summoner who had reached the rank of rank 9 would definitely have a powerful rank 10 summoned beast. They wouldn't be inferior to any rank 9 powerhouses of other professions. Although Chen Yinger's talent as a summoner was completely different from an ordinary summoner's, she was the same when it came to summoning a natal beast. At this moment, she actually had a little pig as her natal summoned beast. How could she endure this? More importantly, she immediately thought of Yang Wenzhao's brilliant unicorn. Chen Ying regretted not listening to Hero Xing Yu's words and subduing that evil eye overlord. Although it didn't look good, it was still powerful. Now that she had gotten such a little pig, how could it still play a role in the team in the future? She was originally a burden on the battlefield and was bound to be eliminated by the team. Stop crying, what's the use of crying? An ice-cold voice suddenly rang out, like a splash of cold water, causing Chen Ying to shiver involuntarily. Everyone turned to look in surprise. The one who spoke was actually Kai. Ever since the formation of the soldier level number 1 monster hunters, Kai rarely spoke. It was almost entirely up to Long Haochen to communicate with the others. She only followed silently. However, her deterrence and importance in the team was something that everyone had to face. Before Long Haochen merged with Haoyue to transform into the Radiant Knight, she was fully deserving of being the strongest and the number 1 attacker in the team. You can't just use your eyes to see things, you also have to use your heart. Don't be blinded by appearances. How could an ordinary little pig take the initiative to form a soul contract with you, but as a summoner, you didn't notice?